Chapter 1. The First Sin. Once the Lord of Light banished dark, and all that stemmed from humanity, and men assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props on the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie. Now, it's because of this dialogue from Aldea, the scholar of the first sin, that most believe the first sin was a product of Gwyn's desperation to prolong his age of fire. Be it the undead curse, the linking of the fire, or perhaps them being one and the same. Time is indeed convoluted, but I'd wager there were two other far more grievous sins before the undead curse or the linking of the fire. But, of course, sin, like most things, is subjective. Sleep well, and allow me to weave you the tale of the first sin. My frontrunner for the first sin would be the events of IZALITH, or more specifically the witch's attempt to recreate the first flame. To start gathering evidence for this, we need to first take a trip to Drangleic. In the depths of the Lost Bastille is Sinner's Rise, and imprisoned within is a being called the Lost Sinner. Her soul reads, "The lost sinner eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past." Now, ordinarily this would be an easily ignored find, at least in the context we're exploring. But what's cool about Dark Souls 2, as I'm sure most of you know, is that you can acquire the recycled Lord Souls of Gwyn, Nito, and the Witch of IZALITH from certain bosses. And as it happens, you receive the Witch of IZALITH's soul from the Lost Sinner. Then, of course, there's the Chaos Bug that crawls within the Lost Sinner's eye before the fight begins, and the pyromancers that fight alongside her, slinging chaos pyromancies, as well as pyromancies developed in Aldean rites. Now, I'm not suggesting that the Lost Sinner is the Witch of IZALITH, still paying her penance all these millennia later. It could or could not be, but what's important is that she is no doubt symbolic of the Witch of IZALITH. Through the pyromancers, the chaos bug, and of course the sin. The reason I mentioned that the pyromancies created in Aldean rites is because, of course, Aldea is important to knowing what the first sin is. For quick reference, Aldea is both a place and a person. It's not clear whether Aldea, the scholar of the first sin, was named after this place or vice versa. But it seems clear that he sat at the head of whatever hierarchy they had, as their item descriptions mostly mention Lord Aldea, and how they were all about conducting very messed up experiments, which we know Aldea was no stranger to. Aldea acquired much knowledge during his various stints of research, and some of that knowledge was, and has to be, about chaos, its history and all that comes with it. The Witch of IZALITH was the mother of pyromancy, and all things pyromancy lead back to IZALITH, and the fact that the Aldeans have created their own is likely owed to Aldea's research of her. Take, for example, the description of the bone shield. It reads, "Shield used by Aldean acolytes, crafted from the skull of some creature that outlived its usefulness for experimentation." The peculiar figure known as Lord Aldea kept giants in his manor, and attempted to recreate a dragon, but after some time was not heard from again. So they began to craft equipment out of the bones or skulls of creatures they experimented on. With that in mind, we can look at the similarity of the Aldean warlocks' masks and the cleric demons from within the demon ruins, which implies that they even experimented on chaos demons. Not to mention that Aldea himself is bathed in fire. Now, that could be because of his connection to the bonfire, or that he became a corporeal form of the flame itself. But that's a rabbit hole for another time. But Aldea does cast flame sorceries, which predates even pyromancy, as we see him casting what looks to be some sort of flame version of homing soul mass. The IZALITH staff description from Dark Souls 3 reads, Ancient catalyst of the Witch of IZALITH and her daughters, used long before the dawn of chaos and pyromancy. With the birth of the chaos flame, the flame witches were at once both sorcerers and shamans. And as far as I know, they were the only ones to practice actual flame sorcery, as the witch's lord soul was the life soul and the source of life was fire. And we know sorceries are the power of the soul. So Aldea being able to cast flame sorceries isn't coincidental, especially considering that the lost sinner holds on to the witch's recycled soul. We know that the lost Bastille predates Vendrick's reign, but we know that he had to employ its use, especially after the undead curse broke out, as it's guarded by the ruined sentinels, which are said to be a soul that haunts the armor they inhabit. Which isn't surprising given the research both Vendrick and Aldea put into the manipulation of souls while trying to figure out a cure for undeath. Aldea, I believe, very much studied the witch's soul, and learned of her legacy as well as her sins. In fact, it appears that he studied IZALITH in as much extent as he did the ancient dragons, and being the scholar of the first sin, that seems rather relevant. Also, take for example all the references of IZALITH and its sin. Come to think of it, there's hardly any references of any specific sins within the game besides the events of IZALITH, which is even less ambiguous than the goddess of sin herself. The lost sinner is symbolic to the sins of IZALITH in every way, even to the weapon mechanics. When using her sword, it eats away at your health, just like the Chaos Blade. The floating chaos pyromancy from Dark Souls 3 states, Chaos burns away in the blink of an eye, but it was the primordial life born in the bed of chaos, and a grievous symbol of IZALITH's sins. It's the only constant of sin we see in the game, referenced time and again to the witch's failed attempt at recreating the first flame. The description even references it as the primordial life born in the bed of chaos. Now, primordial typically means existing since the beginning of time, but in this case it could mean since the beginning of their time, i.e. the beginning of fire. All that evidence points me to believe that the chaos of IZALITH was the first sin, not Gwyn linking the fire or cursing humanity, though obviously I'd likely consider those sins as well, just not the first. But if the events of IZALITH weren't the first sin, I still don't believe it was what Gwyn did at the decline of his Age of Fire. If anything, it was what he did towards the beginning. The small envoy banner reads, the small banner used by envoys of Great Lord Gwyn in the days of yore. For the pygmies who took the dark soul, the Great Lord gifted the Ringed City, an isolated place at World's End, and his beloved youngest daughter, promising her that he would come for her when the day came. Gwen did that before linking the fire or cursing humanity. If the Witch of IZALITH didn't commit the first sin, then it has to be giving your daughter away to your enemies. But maybe it wasn't that specifically. Maybe it was what Filianore was even there for. To sleep and hide the truth from the world. Chapter 2. The Kingdom of IZALITH. Our mother created the flame of chaos in an attempt to make anew the first flame. But chaos is unpredictable and cannot be controlled forever. It wasn't long before she lost control and the cataclysm stormed across IZALITH. Within this storm, the flame molded the bed of chaos, a seedbed that gave birth to my kind and laid waste to the denizens that dwelled nearby, consuming them, disfiguring them. When the dust settled, only the ruins of IZALITH remained, and atop those ruins we built an empire. Ruled by chaos, the true flame of this world, we cannot be defeated. Though countless kings and their armies would wage war upon us, they would all fail and burn. Our empire would stand the test of time. We are chaos. We are ruin. We are demons. Alright, so we all most likely know the story of how the demons came to be. The Witch of IZALITH attempted to make a new first flame, and it went south really quickly. The flame engulfed her, her daughters, and IZALITH, and created the bed of chaos, which started spitting out demon babies. But for the sake of accuracy, let's read the soul found within the bed of chaos. It reads, Soul of the bed of chaos, and the mother of all demons. This Lord Soul was found at the dawn of the Age of Fire. The Witch of IZALITH attempted to duplicate the first flame from a soul, but instead created a distorted being of chaos and fire. Its power formed a bed of life which would become the source of all demons. So IZALITH was created anew in the image of the Flame of Chaos, a society of demons. Which is a little strange to think about, as demons are mostly viewed as barbaric beasts hell-bent on destruction. But that wasn't all the demons of IZALITH were about. And it's an interesting part of the lore that I think gets overlooked quite often. So let's delve into the demonic history. So, at some point after the events of IZALITH, Lord Gwyn and an army of his Silver Knights attempted to plunge into IZALITH and deal with this demonic threat. He, of course, failed, and his Silver Knights were charred to black. It's then that he set off to the kiln of the first flame to go do his thing. But he wasn't the only monarch to try and end the demons. See the Ivory King in Dark Souls 2, for example. And I'm sure we can assume there were more attempts within the timeline of this world. But how is it they managed to stave off defeat time and time again, if they were just mindless beasts? Well, the answer is quite simple, and it's that they weren't just mindless beasts. They had kings and princes, and likely even their own written language, which we can see within the floating chaos around certain demonic beings. Really, demons and their culture mirrored humanity and the outside world in many ways. In fact, I'd likely consider hollowed humans and chaos demons to be synonymous in nature, as they are mindless beings who have lost themselves. I think that very much even the demons can be consumed by chaos by subjecting themselves to too much of it, whereas humans lose themselves when deprived of humanity. And I've always considered chaos and dark to be two sides of the same coin. We know not all demons were controlled by chaos either, because even some are working in Gwyn's service, like the bat-winged demons of Anorlando, or the asylum demons. But most, I'd say, follow their flame through it all, and some are even consumed by chaos. Even Quelana says, "Always fear the flame, lest you be devoured by it and lose yourself." What's more interesting is that the flame of chaos is still just a flame, and in that respect, not in any way unlike the first flame, meaning that it fades. And where we see the world at in Dark Souls 3, the flame of chaos is but an ember, and the demons are a dying race. We even see that they're basically slowly turning into some sort of volcanic stone, a pretty terrible fate, and is the result of the fire within them drying up as the chaos flame fades. The soul of the demon prince reads, "The demons, birthed from a common chaos, share almost everything between them, even the pride of their prince and his near-faded flame, so that the last demon standing may rekindle it." Which is a fascinating revelation, the demons rekindling their own flame the same way humanity has been rekindling the first flame. But to understand further, we must also read the description for the demon's scar, transposed from the demon prince's soul. It reads, "This chaotic thing, the last flame kindled by a demon prince, is shaped like the claw marks of a demon. So when they rekindle the flame of chaos, they carry it with or within them, and it reignites the flame within all demons, because they share everything between them, including the flame, obviously. But as the flame slowly fades and dies, it's taken from demon to demon, until at last the final demon standing holds the remnants of the flame and rekindles it. But the demon prince we find before we enter the ringed city is said to have lit the last flame. In fact, many things point us towards the fact that the chaos flame is gone and that the demons will die out. The soul of a demon reads, "Demons were born of the chaos flame, but the flame has not survived, and the demons are a dying race." And the Boulder Heave Pyromancy reads, "Art of a stray demon of a stifled flame." And finally, the Seething Chaos Pyromancy reads, "The last flame lit by the demon prince. This pyromancy hurls a clump of chaos. Upon impact, this clump of chaos seethes wildly, condenses briefly, then explodes violently. To the demons, these clumps are shreds of life." So something happened this time, and the chaos flame was taken or extinguished from the demons. And much like the shreds of humanity sprites, the demons cling to these clumps of chaos, as they're all that remain of their now certainly doomed flame. The who or what rid the world of the flame of chaos, my guess has to be Prince Lorien. His greatsword reads, "Before Lorien embraced his brother's curse, he was a knight who single-handedly slayed the demon prince, but the victory eternally scorched his sword with flame. Prince Lorien was no doubt the downfall to the demon race, defeating their prince and taking his flame. But it makes me wonder whether or not Lorien extinguished the flame by simply defeating the demon prince, or if he stole the flame from them, as his sword was eternally scorched and controls a powerful flame attack. Now, could this be the final remnant of the Chaos Flame that was always the duty of the final demon standing to rekindle? Perhaps Lorien was the first to figure out how to actually defeat the demons and to stop them from rekindling their power. He then embraced his brother's curse, crippling and muting him, though he wished it so, as he and Prince Lothric both refused to rekindle the Age of Fire. So together they awaited the end of the world within their castle, allowing two flames to fade into nothing. And one of the last demons we see was one of the first. The soul of the old Demon King reads, "The shriveled old Demon King is now like a clump of burnt ash, but he is the last living witness of the chaos of IZALITH." It's really kind of tragic. The last witness of the chaos of IZALITH, likely meaning he was one of the citizens of IZALITH engulfed and distorted by the flame when the witches lost control. Now he sits and waits to slowly turn to ash, surrounded by the dried-up corpses of the people he lorded over and had the kingly duty to protect. With no hope or flame to rekindle, the burning embers that gave them life slowly die out. It is interesting to look back on the demonic monarchy of sorts. They certainly weren't just rampaging beasts. They understood their flame and the implications of keeping it kindled and protected. They erected their civilization around it and fought desperately to keep their age alive. Not at all unlike humanity chasing the embers of Lord Gwyn's Age of Fire. Finally, I'll leave you with the description of the Chaos Bed vestiges. Demons born from fire bore its smoldering essence and perished soon after. Man shares this rapport with the flames to this day. Chapter 3. Chaos Witch VELKA. What if VELKA was a daughter of Chaos, who helped her mother attempt to create a new flame, and along with her mother and sisters, failed to maintain control over it, and subsequently changed the world forever? Sleep well, and allow me to weave you a tale wherein VELKA was indeed a daughter of the Witch of IZALITH. First, we have to determine whether it's possible, just based on the number of Chaos Daughters there are compared to the ones that we've already seen. In the opening cinematic, we can see that there are 7 daughters. We know of Quelana, Quelaag, the Fair Lady, and the one just outside of the Bed of Chaos fog wall. That's 4. And some people speculate that the 2 orbs with the IZALITH staves on either side of the Bed of Chaos are Chaos Daughters as well. And since that makes more sense than any other conclusion, we'll say for argument's sake that we'll include them in the count as well. Which brings us to 6. There is another one that a few people believe to be a daughter of Chaos, near ceaseless discharge, but I'm not sure that's one at all. The gold-hemmed black cloak we get from that corpse reads, worn by the witch Quelana of IZALITH, mother of pyromancy and daughter of chaos. She wore this gold-hemmed black cloak before even the Age of Fire, and it offers strong resistance versus fire, poison, and other perils. The robes clearly belong to Quelana. The description makes that clear. And for the matter of the corpse that they're on, well, I think Quelana vaguely explains it, as she is a self-professed liar. She tells the chosen undead that she abandoned her mother and sisters, and now roams around feigning ablution and pretending to seek answers. She is even flat out wrong when she tells us that her and all her sisters and mother were disfigured by the flame, as the one outside the bed of chaos is perceivably unscathed. So, in order to abandon her mother and sisters, Quelana placed her robes on someone else and used them to fake her own death. So, in our count of things, since the orbs could go either way, we have at least one daughter of chaos unaccounted for, and I believe it could be VELKA. For starters, we already know that VELKA is a witch, a rogue witch at that, so we can check that off the similarities list. The Vow of Silence miracle reads, secret rite of black-haired witch VELKA prevents casting of magic within effect area. VELKA, the goddess of sin, is a rogue deity, but she is versed in arts both new and old, and is considered to have a great range of influence, even as gods are concerned. There are a lot of interesting factors in this description, especially the fact that VELKA is versed in arts both new and old. And from context, we can assume the art form spoken of is the magical art. So she's versed in both old and new magic. And we know that before pyromancy was invented, the Chaos Witches used flame sorceries. The IZALITH Catalyst reads, Catalyst of the Witch of IZALITH of long ago, when her daughters were still flame witches, before they were engulfed by the chaos flame. Before the birth of pyromancy, their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. It seems the witch and her daughters of chaos were the only ones to use the flame sorceries. So it may not just be a coincidence that VELKA is versed in these old arts. It's also interesting that the point of Vow of Silence is to prevent spellcasters from casting, which would be fitting. Picture VELKA standing among the ruins of IZALITH after they lost control of the Flame of Chaos. Their civilization wiped out, her mother and several of her sisters disfigured, tortured. That's incredibly heavy. And one thing that has always been consistent in my theories of VELKA is that you don't just become the goddess of sin because you claim it. It seems more of a brand than an honor. You don't know sin enough to preside over it without having stared sin in the face. So she set out and determined to right her wrongs and punish the world for their sins. So in that context, Vow of Silence makes a lot of sense. She'd have a distrust of magic, saw firsthand the horrors that it could bestow upon the world. So she silences the sorcerers before they can sling destruction. The Ring of Sacrifice reads, the mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death, but the ring itself breaks. A sacrifice is only worth as much as the life it spares. A daughter of chaos would likely know quite a bit about sacrifice. Velka would have vastly shifted her entire worldview. And a great example of this would be the differences between her talisman and the IZALITH staff. Faith adjusts the power of the sorceries cast using the IZALITH staff, but Velka's talisman draws upon one's intelligence to cast miracles. They're complete opposites, which is fitting because faith alone wasn't enough to spare IZALITH. A more cold and calculated intelligence was needed to judge the sins of the world, and blindly placing faith in the gods or power without intelligence proved to be catastrophic. Velka's other miracle is called karmic justice, which also seems appropriately titled in reference to the punishments received by the witch and her daughters after the Flame of Chaos, and kind of points us in the direction that Velka has her sights aimed at. What's also interesting is that the only two talismans in the Dark Souls trilogy made from hair are from Velka and the Fair Lady. It could be that the witches had some sort of magical property within them, or more specifically in their hair, that made it possible. There is also the witch's locks, which make for a deadly whip. And not to mention the only references of black hair at all in the game are either for Velka or a Daughter of Chaos. And outside of talking about Velka or the Daughters of Chaos, hair color itself is rarely even brought up at all. In fact, the only other references to it would be the talisman from the Fair Lady's hair, and the ivory locks that line Kieran's mask. Velka watched her home, her family become engulfed in flame. A civilization destroyed by the faith bestowed by the witch into her own Lord soul. But when they failed, catastrophe spread across IZALITH like a wildfire. Velka put her old life behind her and took on the mantle of Goddess of Sin. Under the weight of her heavy burden, to scour the world and rid it of sin in an attempt to prevent further cataclysm across the land. IZALITH set the reference for sin, and Velka would prevent it at all cost, but was also quick to absolve those who wished to turn from their sin just as she had. With her home in ruin, her family destroyed, and her new burden to carry, she was pulled into a cold, dark, and very gentle place. The Painted World. where she would preside over the forlorn, whose lives too may have been displaced by sin. Chapter 4: The Cycle of Ages. In the age of ancients, the world was unformed and shrouded by fog, a land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. Then from the dark they came, and found the souls of lords within the flame. Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the age of fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. This has been a vicious cycle portrayed throughout the Dark Souls series, revolving around the linking of the flame, in order to keep Lord Gwyn's Age of Fire alive. What do we know of the beginning of the world in the Dark Souls universe? We don't really know too much. Sure, we know a little about the Age of Ancients, but does that necessarily mean the beginning of the world? The only thing we have reference to of the beginning is the primordial serpents. Primordial meaning existing at or from the beginning of time. We know of Frampt, friend to Lord Gwyn, who encouraged the linking of the fire. And then there is Koth, who advertised against linking it. These are the only two primordial serpents we know by name. But if we choose the dark ending in Dark Souls 1, we can see that there are in fact more than just two primordial serpents. Though I would assume just Frampt and Koth to be the leaders of their ideological affiliations. Good, bad, light, dark, life, death. Either one could represent each of these things depending on whose side you take. So by the look of things, time has gone or intended to go as follows: the Age of Ancients, the Age of Fire, and then the Age of Dark. But then what? A perpetual world of nothingness? No, I don't believe that to be the case. In fact, we can get a glimpse of the Age of Dark if we procure a certain set of eyes for the Firekeeper, which we can find in the untended graves. These eyes of a Firekeeper read, a pair of dark eyes, said to be the eyes of the first Firekeeper, and the light that was lost by all Firekeepers to come. It reveals to the sightless Firekeepers things they should never see. This will again spark more debate on the very nature of the untended graves, whether it shows us the past, future, or a parallel dimension. Upon learning these eyes we find belonged to the very first Firekeeper, certainly will make us think of the past. Though, as we will hear more shortly, the dialogue we get from them speaks of the Age of Dark, which should be next in our timeline. So then we think future. Or for whatever reason, the eyes from the past have seen the future. Or perhaps they were around long enough to see the Age of Dark in a prior cycle. There are a few pieces of dialogue we get from the Firekeeper after giving her the eyes. She first says, "These will reveal through a sliver of light frightful images of betrayal. A world without fire. Ashen One, is this truly thy wish?" A world without fire would be considered the Age of Dark, which I've already mentioned the eyes bring vision of. But now we are shown how to accomplish this. by not linking the flame, which would seem like the obvious effect either way. It is also considered to be a betrayal to not link the flame, but a betrayal of whom or what? This world? Its people? It is easy to connect light with good and dark with bad, but again, these things all rely on your affiliation with them. The Age of Dark isn't necessarily a bad or evil thing, and continuing to link the flame isn't necessarily a good thing. These things are both good and bad, righteous and evil, depending on which side of things you stand on. But like I said, without a complete understanding of events and their consequences, it is very easy to just assume light stands for good. In most other things, it typically does. So I think it has just been burned into the minds of so many people who inhabit this land that linking the fire is a good thing, whether or not they know it could be potentially deterring the flow of time. That is why I think it's referenced as a betrayal. For further proof that letting the flame die out by not linking it is betrayal, here is another piece of dialogue from the Firekeeper. Of course, I serve thee and will do as thou bidst. This will be our private affair. No one else may know of this. Stay thy path, find lords to link the fire, and I will blindly tend to the flame, until the day of thy grand betrayal. And the next piece of dialogue we get from her after deciding on a world without fire is, Ashen One, forgive me if this soundeth strange. The eyes show a world without fire, a vast stretch of darkness. But 'tis different to what is seen when stripped of vision. In the far distance, I sense the presence of tiny flames, like precious embers left to us by past lords, linkers of the fire. Could this be what draws me to the strangely enticing darkness? This was a pretty big selling point for me. So when the Age of Fire dissipates into the Age of Dark, in the future at some point, the presence of tiny flames appear. Flames left to us by past lords of cinder. It sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? The sudden appearance of a flame in the dark, left by past lords. What is it Gwen and the others found in their fire? Souls of lords. The emphasis on lords being multiple. Before, we never really got to know what a soul of lords was. Sure, we could read the description of Gwen's lord soul, but he claimed that for his own, and it became his. So that really only gives us information about Gwen. But at the end of Dark Souls 3, we finally get our hands on a soul of lords. So let's read its description. Since Lord Gwen, the first Lord of Cinder, many exalted lords have linked the first flame, and it is their very souls that have manifested themselves as a defender of the flame. So we learn that the soul of lords is basically just a combined soul of some of the people who have linked the flame. So what is different about this soul of lords than the souls Gwyn, Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and the furtive pygmy found. I, for one, don't think there is anything different. Besides us not fighting 3 more Souls of Cinder, which would give us a total of 4 Souls of Lords, like the amount found in the first flame. So the Souls of Lords are just souls combined from people who have perpetuated the Age of Fire. Upon ending the game by summoning the Firekeeper to let the flame finally die out, she speaks to us one final time. The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness, like embers linked by lords past. This is just something that helps point towards the idea that all these cycles are on a continuous loop. The flame will die out, and the Age of Dark will begin. But eventually, the tiny flame will reappear, and in it again are the souls of lords from this past age to be found. When we fight the Soul of Cinder, we can physically see a world that is on the brink of collapse. Everything looks to be being sucked into itself, like the world wishes to be reset. Like the world will eventually become unformed once again. Perhaps unformed and shrouded by fog. It is hard to say how long into an Age of Dark would it become an Age of Ancients again. And furthermore, how long after that until the Age of Fire. One thing I do know is that the Age of Fire begins when the ancient dragons are no more, because the cinematic itself said that the dragons were no more, and thus began the Age of Fire, giving us the indicator that the prerequisite of an Age of Fire means no more ancient dragons. Though I don't believe having a straggler or 2 means that the ancient dragons are still a thing, because we do presumably find the last ancient dragon in Ash Lake. But just because he is one doesn't mean the ancient dragons are no more. With that being said, it does beg the question that at the start of an Age of Ancients, does that bring dragons back into the fold? It could seem likely given the events that play out to usher in the Age of Fire. But where could these dragons come from? They couldn't just appear out of thin air, could they? I don't think so. We know there are certainly more than 2 primordial serpents, so who knows how large a number that could actually be. So I want to reference the covetous serpent rings from both Dark Souls 1 and 3. From 3 it says, a silver ring depicting a snake that could have been but never was a dragon. And from 1 it reads, the serpent is an imperfect dragon and symbol of the undead. So serpents could have been dragons. They are also imperfect dragons. They are also the symbol of the undead, which I likely think means these serpents are undead themselves. They are primordial and still alive after all. Could the reason they never did become a dragon be because of the dawn of the Age of Fire? Perhaps that could be why Koth and the other serpents we see with him in Dark Souls 1 eagerly are awaiting the Age of Dark, because after that comes the Age of Ancients, in which they could properly ascend to dragons. Though, if that were the case, it begs the question of why would Frampt ally with Lord Gwyn and continue the tradition of linking the flame? Unfortunately, I don't really have an answer for that idea. I mainly wanted to focus on the evidence of the continuous cycle of ages in the universe of Dark Souls. I just had these extra thoughts and thought that they could prove interesting to the speculation and could help put motive behind Koth's intentions. So, to sum up my theory, the Age of Ancients is the start. Eventually there is a flame in the dark containing the souls of lords from an unknown age of fire past. These souls of lords are acquired and made new, and the ancient dragons are struck down again, breathing life into a new age of fire. But as always, the flames will fade, and only dark will remain, bringing in the Age of Dark. But as we know, in the far distance we will once again see the embers dancing, left to us from the Lords of Cinders from past Age of Fire. Wash, rinse, repeat. Chapter 5. The Curse of the Profaned Flame. The old chaos that devoured the once proud Ivory King, and the profane flame that lit the sky ablaze. Could these two flames be one and the same? Is not chaos itself profane in nature? Did the flame continue to burn on the same tract of land, subjugating the people nearby and forcing its leaders to attempt to hide it from the world? Most notably the Ivory King and Lady Alsana. Was it not the sisters of this silent oracle that triggered the curse of this flame? The old chaos beneath Elaimlois is an interesting mystery indeed, and the more I looked into it, the more of a conundrum it became. It's certainly a reference to the Flame of Chaos, but is it the Flame of Chaos? Or perhaps a different but similar flame altogether? That was the question that I needed to answer first. But the answer I've come up with is that I'm still not entirely sure. And the handful of descriptions from armor sets and the Ivory King's soul and weapons in Dark Souls 2, more often than not the C in Chaos is not capitalized when talking about the chaos the Lois Knights plunged into. Which is confusing because an unruly flame would be chaotic and plunging into it would be plunging into chaos. But chaos with a capitalized C would be more specific to the actual flame of chaos. So you can now see my conundrum there. Not to mention the idea of the flame of chaos originated in IZALITH, and how far can a flame really travel, and questions of that nature. So what I concluded was that what is known as the Flame of Chaos and the Profaned Flame could be synonymous. Profane is defined as something secular or non-religious, which is exactly what the Flame of Chaos would be considered within the universe of Dark Souls. The sins of IZALITH are brought up repeatedly, and the twisted, malformed creatures imposed upon the world from its flame are, at least in the grand scheme of things, unholy. So perhaps it is its own piece of the Flame of Chaos distorted even further. The axe Eleonora reads, "A strange weapon found among malformed inhabitants of the profaned capital. The profaned flame was triggered by the curse of these women, relatives of a certain oracle. But despite their culpability, they went on living without any cares. The only named oracle in Dark Souls is Alsana, and is who I think this description has to be talking about. When Manus was killed, he was shattered into tiny pieces, which would give birth to particular beings that inhabited Manus's emotions. These shards would go on seeking power in ruin, manipulating kings to their dark will and putting kingdoms to disarray. Alsana was, for the most part, the exception to her fragment sisters. She was the manifestation of Manus's fear, and latched on to the Ivory King for the comfort his power brought her. She would later realize that the king knew this and cared for her all the same. So thus Alsana sits and watches over the chaos that her king failed to defeat, selflessly for her king. Quite the opposite that we see from her sisters. So the profaned flame was triggered by the relatives of a certain oracle, that oracle being Alsana, and the relatives being the other shards of Manus. Even the enemy that drops the Eleonora axe was called the Monstrosity of Sin, and it's a giant hand monster. And Manus literally is translated to mean hand. And it was his giant weird hand that pulled the chosen undead into the past, which inevitably spelled his demise. The symbolism is all there. But why would the shard of Manus trigger this chaotic and profaned flame? I have a bit of an idea on that. The Ivory King Ultra Greatsword reads, "It is said that the Ivory King was once the highest-ranking knight in his home of Ferosa, famed for its god of war. After taking his crown, they say he was the first to swing his sword in times of need, be it for his homeland or his people." The Ferosa part is interesting because it's known for its god of war, which we know to be the firstborn of Lord Gwyn, which probably means that Elaim Lois, ruled by the former highest-ranking knight of Ferosa, likely would have sided with the tradition of linking the fire and extending its age. Elaim Lois definitely has its connections to Ferosa, more so than just its king. It's also intriguing to consider the description of the North Warder robes found within the frozen Elaim Lois. It reads, "Ferosans venerated the god of war, and sages who led warriors into battle were called North Warders. North Warders earned their title only after completing a great journey of great hardship, after which they would be worshipped as oracles of war gods." Now, again, Alsana is the only named oracle we know of, which isn't to say necessarily that she led the Knights of Lois into battle to earn this title. Perhaps being close to the king had its benefits, and she earned the title in a different way. But that isn't really important. I draw from this that as time went on, Alsana was the one shard of Manus who forsook her purpose in a way. Instead, she cared for her king and her people. Again, the opposite of the other shards. And in doing so, it seems stood behind the ideologies of Lois and Ferosa, which is also the exact opposite of the darkness sought by the other shards. Now, the reason I explain all this is because I think that is the reason the profane flame was triggered by Alsana's sisters. Because she found and or achieved what they didn't. Call it anger, jealousy, whatever. But I think it was a vengeful act in spite of Alsana. Now, that's That's all well and interesting, but it doesn't quite draw all the parallels of the profaned flame and the old chaos being the same. That would mean the profaned capital was built on the remains of Lois, and I think there may be some evidence of that. The profaned capital certainly has its ties to Dark Souls 2, which we can start looking no further than the corpse of poor Laddersmith Gilligan. Then there's obviously Eleonora, which is in reference to the Shards of Manus, the Oni Slayer Great Bow, which is the Elan Great Bow, and if you buy into the idea that Carla is also a Shard of Manus, then she's just on the outskirts of the profaned capital in Irithyll Dungeon. There's even Yorm the Giant, which I believe is the biggest tie-in to Dark Souls 2. His soul reads, Yorm is the descendant of an ancient conqueror, but was asked by the very people once subjugated to lead them, serving as both a weighty blade and a stone-hard shield. I believe the ancient conqueror Yorm descended from to be the very giant lord who invaded and conquered Drangleic in retaliation for Vendrick stealing from the giants and enslaving them. Asked by the people once subjugated could be in reference to the fact that giants were slaves in Drangleic, but eventually the people needed Yorm's strength. And more specifically, they needed it against the profaned flame. Perhaps because after the Ivory King's demise, the flame could be left unchecked. And of course we know Yorm tried to fight fire with fire, as his cinders read, Cinders of a lord left by Yorm the Giant. Lonely Yorm became a Lord of Cinder to put the profaned flame to rest, knowing full well that those who spoke of him as a lord were quite insincere. Of course, that didn't work out so well for the denizens around the flame, but by now we of course know that being in proximity to any sort of named flame in Dark Souls is probably a bad idea. The profaned flame pyromancy reads, The profaned capital was consumed by fire after Yorm the Giant became a Lord of Cinder. The fire born of the sky is said to have incinerated naught but human flesh. That is, of course, to be expected, because we knew from the beginning that the flame itself was triggered by a curse, so naturally things wouldn't have gone as expected. We also know that the old chaos was down below the frozen township of Lois, almost in the same manner that the profaned capital is down below the frozen township of Irithyll. The profaned greatsword reads, A ceremonial sword held in Pontiff Sullivan's right hand, representing the profaned flame. Long ago, when Sullivan was yet a young sorcerer, he discovered the profaned capital and an unfading flame below a distant tundra of Irithyll, and a burning ambition took root within him. An unending flame below a frozen landscape sounds exactly like Lois. In fact, a lot of things about the Pontiff are kind of reminiscent of some of the traditions that came out of Lois. Take, for example, Sullivan being a sorcerer, which could be in reference to the sorcerers we see in the profaned capital. The court sorcerer robes read, Robe worn by court sorcerers of the profaned capital. The formal gold stitching suggests they may have also been oracles. There are many sorcerers who claim to heirship to the great sage Big Hat Logan, and the profaned capital houses one of two leading schools. Now, I'm not going to get started on how Logan might be included in the profaned capital or flame, because it'd be a deep rabbit hole. And I don't think it's particularly important to this theory. It is interesting, though, at the idea that the court sorcerers could possibly be oracles as well, which could allude back to the sages at Elaim Lois becoming oracles. There also seems to be a similarity in designs between the Lois Knight armor set and Sullivan's Outrider Knights, as well as similarities between those who inhabit the two armors. Let's read their descriptions. The charred Lois armor reads, "These Knights of Lois plunged into the old chaos with their lord, and lost their sense of self. To this day, they still burn in agony alongside their once proud king." And the Outrider Knight armor reads, "These knights were given the eyes of the pontiff, but the eyes transformed them into savage raving warriors who only knew how to serve as mindless guards." So not exactly the same, but the outcomes are similar. Losing your sense of self and mindlessly attacking. But that, of course, isn't an uncommon theme in Dark Souls. I do want to point out that the pontiff's use of eyes to constantly hound his knights is quite interesting, especially considering Elaim Lois also placed importance on the eyes of their priestesses. The eye of the priestess reads, "The eye of the first priestess who watched over Elaim Lois allows one to see the unseen. All the great priestesses replaced one of their birth eyes with this, returning it after their term was complete. The tradition of using eyes to watch over certain aspects of their kingdom to help keep locked away the flame could be where Sullivan derived his use of eyes within his own people. Finally, let's take a look at the vessel shield. Its description reads, "Shield depicting a priestess of Elaim Lois. The priestesses who devoted themselves to appeasing the ancient flame are no longer. Now, a reason they could be no longer is that Elaim Lois itself is no longer, or their hearts were turned by the profaned flame. But if you look at the shield itself, the priestess watching over the flame inside some sort of goblet-like vessel, or kind of what looks like its own lord vessel, if you will. Not unlike what these seemingly priestesses are doing with a flame at the profaned capital. I think all of these would-be coincidences between Elaim Lois and the profaned capital in Irithyll are too many to be nothing. So, stranger, are you now prepared to plunge into chaos?" Chapter 6, Stormdrake Ornstein. The age of gods had died, and all that was left behind was the ruined cathedral that was once the symbol of the dominion they held over the world. Ornstein stayed through the collapse to protect the Cathedral of Anor Londo. But for how long would this former knight of the great Lord Gwyn and first knight of the Sun's Firstborn himself stay fallen from glory with no true duty? Certainly not forever, and certainly not to his death. As he set aside his bequeathed sliver of Gwyn's own soul and set out to find his former master and friend, the Firstborn. Sleep well, and allow me to tell you the tale of a knight who left Anor Londo behind in search of his true master, Lord Gwyn's Firstborn. And in finding him, just may have became the very Stormdrake that the nameless king rides upon. Now, the first question that needs to be answered is, but wait, we killed Ornstein in Dark Souls 1. How can he now be a dragon? Which is a great question, and I believe I have an answer that makes the most sense. If we read the Dragon Slayer's armor in Dark Souls 3, it says, Golden Lion armor associated with Dragon Slayer Ornstein from the Age of Gods, and imbued with the strength of lightning. In the Dragonless Age, this knight who long guarded the ruined cathedral left the land in search of the Nameless King. Now, that alone tells us that Ornstein left the cathedral, but I don't think it's an attempt to retcon what happened in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls really is just incredibly ambiguous. I think the most logical conclusion is the Ornstein we killed in 1 was just an illusion. The soul of Ornstein reads, Soul of Ornstein, Dragon Slayer Knight who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Special beings have special souls. Lord Gwyn granted this soul to his 4 most trusted knights. So Ornstein was given a piece of Lord Gwyn's soul, as Gwyn did with a lot of his close companions and confidants. A piece of Lord Gwyn's soul could likely make a pretty powerful illusion. Anor Londo is already being run by the master illusionist Gwendolyn, and a majority of the enemies we fight there are illusions anyway, per them disappearing after striking Guinevere and the illusion being broken. So, would it really be hard to believe that Gwendolyn could make a powerful illusion of Ornstein with a piece of his father's soul? To me, that makes a lot more sense than the idea that that part of the series was retconned. The Dragon Torso Stone reads, Stone imbued with the power of the everlasting dragons, used in a secret rite by dragon worshippers. From ancient times, the path of dragon worship was walked by warriors. It is said they envision Archdragon Peak in the depths of their meditation, and at times they even hear the distant sound of the great bell at the peak. The Path of Dragon was, or is, a secret rite, potentially even developed by the Firstborn, who's probably the most prominent figure to align themselves with the ancient dragons. But that's neither here nor there. What's interesting, though, is the secrecy behind the rite. Even getting to Archdragon Peak requires practicing the Path of the Dragon by meditating to get there. Now, whether Archdragon Peak is an actual physical place or we're led there by some intense chi-powered meditation is another rabbit hole we'll unfortunately not be entertaining in this video. But it seems evident that we know Ornstein followed the Path of the Dragon. We know he was looking initially for the Firstborn, who resides at Archdragon Peak, and we find Ornstein's weapon and armor there as well, which has to conclude that he made it to Archdragon Peak, which again could only be achieved by being a dragon-worshipping Path of the Dragon follower. What's even more interesting is the manner in which we find Ornstein's equipment. Now, usually we'll take someone's armor off of their corpse, or perhaps out of a chest, but not this time. We find Ornstein's spear and his armor simply tossed to the ground, not placed with care into a chest for safekeeping. Not off of a corpse that could potentially be his. No, we find them on the ground, which to me is quite indicative of a single thing: the Path of the Dragon. You see, in order to use the dragon stones to attempt to transform yourself into a dragon, you can't be wearing any armor. So we know Ornstein went searching for his old master by following the path of the dragon. And then we see his weapons and armor simply discarded aside. To me, this can only be seen as a sign that Ornstein fully followed the path of the dragon. Now, some would argue that Ornstein was searching for the Firstborn to kill him for betraying the gods and allying with what was once their sworn enemy. But I don't think that's the case. If we follow the Warriors of Sunlight, the same warriors the Firstborn still watches over, we can receive the Sacred Oath miracle, which reads, "This is the tale of the sun's firstborn, his faithful first knight, and the brave dragon slayer who served them both." Now, this could be about 2 or 3 people. It's worded slightly ambiguous. It could be about the Firstborn, his first knight, and the brave dragon slayer, or it could be that the first knight is the brave dragon slayer, and that they both served the sun and his firstborn. But I guess that's not super important. What is, however, is the faithful first knight of the Firstborn, which I'm sure at this point you could guess is Ornstein. But let's read the Leo ring just to confirm it. It reads, "Ring associated with Dragonslayer Ornstein, one of the 4 knights of Gwyn, the First Lord. Ornstein was the first knight of the sun's eldest born, and his cross-spear is said to have pierced scales made of stone." So, Ornstein is indeed the Firstborn's first knight. But what is important is that even after all this time, Sacred Oath still describes Ornstein as being faithful to the Firstborn. So, to me, Ornstein left Anor Londo because he longed to be with his leader and friend again, not in order to kill him. But all of this, of course, isn't indicative of Ornstein becoming the very Stormdrake that the Firstborn rides into battle. There is something I want to reference, though, that I think could peg Ornstein as the Stormdrake. It's the description of both the Storm Curved Sword and the Lightning Storm Miracle, and their subtle differences. The Storm Curved Sword reads, "The Nameless King, ally of the ancient dragons, fought beside the Stormdrake in countless battles. When the great beast fell, the king claimed his soul, as was the custom in the Age of Gods." And the Lightning Storm Miracle reads, "Once a slayer of dragons, the former king and war god tamed a Stormdrake, on which he led a lifetime of battle. This miracle is likely the tale of their bond." Now, the differences I want to note are the references to where the Firstborn fought with the Stormdrake. Initially, it was the Firstborn fought beside the Stormdrake in countless battles. Then, in the description that references him taming the Stormdrake, it mentions he fought battles on the dragon. Now, in reference to the idea of Ornstein being the Stormdrake, these differences can be important. Fighting beside could be in reference to the many battles fought during the Age of Ancients, in which the Firstborn and Ornstein were slaying the ancient dragons. And when he tamed the Stormdrake, or perhaps when he convinced his friend and former first knight of his own convictions, Ornstein joined him again to making the path of dragons to become a powerful ally on which the Firstborn could fight battle on. Maybe Ornstein took his path because his weapons and armor were originally imbued with lightning, a tool for fighting dragons. And without it he wouldn't be nearly as powerful. And with it his purpose was to hunt dragons. So his course of action was to regain power by becoming what he was once sworn to fight. And the lightning storm miracle being the tale of their bond can be seen on display when the Stormdrake falls and the Firstborn claims his soul and power. We can see the lightning that was there before unleashed in an even mightier storm. Perhaps claiming Ornstein's soul collected whatever was left from his being imbued with lightning, making the Firstborns even more powerful. But of course, the witch dragon is Ornstein is largely speculation on my part. He could potentially be any of the dragons we see at Archdragon Peak. And my second guess would even be the ancient wyvern that you have to go through before reaching the Firstborn. But I do think Ornstein following his old master and friend to Archdragon Peak, practicing his principles, allying himself with old enemies, and taking the path of the dragon to become what he once hunted is incredibly implied. Chapter 7: The Rise and Fall of Lothric. The firstborn of the great Lord of Sunlight, Gwyn. The son who was expunged from the very annals of history his father was the harbinger of. But where then did this nameless and forgotten son reside after leaving Anor Londo? And did it inevitably lead to the cursed Lothric bloodline, desperate to stave off the dark? Sleep well, and allow me to weave you a tale in which we distinguish the firstborn as the beginning of the Lothric bloodline, all the way to the end, where two brothers allow it all to fade into nothing. In order for this idea to work, you have to believe that the nameless king is in fact the firstborn, which may seem obvious to some but isn't to everyone. So I'll take a brief moment to help make that clear. Let's start with reading the Sunlight Medal from Dark Souls 1. It reads, "The symbol represents Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who lost his deity status and was expunged from the annals. But the old god of war still watches closely over his warriors." Okay, so a former god of war who headed the Warriors of Sunlight. That's simple enough. Now, just to solidify this, let's read the Ring of the Sun's Firstborn from Dark Souls 1 as well. It reads, "Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who inherited the sunlight, once wore this ancient ring. Lord Gwyn's firstborn was a god of war, but his foolishness led to a loss of the annals and rescinding of his deific status. Today, even his name is not known. So, former war god again, removed from the annals for doing something foolish, and his name has been lost to history. Now, let's read the Nameless King's soul. The Nameless King was once a dragon-slaying god of war, before he sacrificed everything to ally himself with the ancient dragons. So the being a former god of war lines up with what we know of the firstborn, and the allying himself with the ancient dragons, the enemy Lord Gwyn built his empire upon defeating, is very likely the something foolish the firstborn did to get expunged from the annals of history. And if that's not enough for you, the resemblance speaks for itself. Not to mention the Nameless King's armor reads. These golden bracelets, together with the golden breastplate and crown, are said to closely resemble those of the First Lord. Now, we could dive much deeper into all of these explanations, like the Dragon Slayer sword spear saying the Nameless King is the heir to lightning and other obvious things. But I believe this is more than enough to put the Nameless King as the absolute frontrunner of who is the Firstborn. So let's now head over to Lothric. After the Firstborn is banished, we know he has to go somewhere. And that would have to, of course, be somewhere he could still keep a close eye on his warriors. And I don't think it's unlikely at all that a large majority of the Warriors of Sunlight followed their god and leader into his banishment. Why wouldn't they remain fiercely loyal to their leader? I think the Firstborn took his loyal knights and taught them even further in his way, and founded them a new kingdom, Lothric. We know that the only altar of sunlight we find is guarded by a Lothric knight in Lothric Castle. Now, of course, that alone is circumstantial. So let's look further into the influence the Firstborn had on the kingdom of Lothric. The lightning storm miracle reads, Miracle of the Nameless King, allied to the ancient dragons. Once a slayer of dragons, the former king and war god tamed a stormdrake, on which he led a lifetime of battles. So, former king is important here, and I'm fairly sure it's not reminiscent of his time in Anor Londo, but I'll explain that later. But it's just as important to note the bond the Firstborn shared with the dragons, or more specifically his closest of friends, the Stormdrake, in which he mounted as a steed for battle. The lightning urn description reads, Dragon hunting tool used by Lothric knights. The Knights of Lothric have since tamed dragons, but were once hunters of dragons themselves. This explains their special hunting gear and why they worshipped the sun. That sounds like almost the exact story arc the Firstborn progressed through. Formerly a dragon hunter, now friend and tamer of dragons. And the Knight's ring reads, In Lothric, the knight has long been considered one of the 3 pillars of the king's rule, and were thus allowed to rear dragons. So again, in the same manner as the Firstborn, the Knights of Lothric befriended the dragons and mounted them as steeds in which they rode into battle. So we see that Lothric was founded upon the principles that led to the Firstborn abandoning everything he had been taught, and was even banished for, when he realized that the dragons were not his enemy. And so he took his knights and formed a kingdom on this belief. And chew on this tidbit of information. There are 3 ways to receive sunlight medals through the game. 1. You can loot them from a chest in Lothric Castle. 2. You can help others within their world and receive them as a reward. And 3, you can kill Lothric knights in Lothric and they drop them. Which seems clear evidence outside of the description which stated they worshipped the sun, that they were indeed warriors of sunlight. And the only thing that makes sense to me as to how they got to Lothric was by following their god and leader. Now, the Nameless King is an interesting moniker in itself. I think Nameless is obviously in reference to the firstborn's name being expunged from the annals and lost to history. Maybe he just embraced the aspect of things. But where did King come from? Certainly not from his former life, right? He was stripped of his status, so it's not inherited. Nor do I believe that would have been his title in Anor Londo had he not been banished. He was Gwyn's heir to the mantle of Lord of Sunlight, not King of Sunlight or King of Anor Londo. No, I think King is in reference to he and his warriors of Sunlight founding Lothric. In fact, the firstborn building Lothric could be the reason his sister came after fleeing from Anor Londo. Certainly she'd want to find comfort in familiarity, and maybe even a little status, given her brother was the king. And perhaps when the firstborn stepped away, Guinevere took on the mantle of queen, and thus we find all the ties to her throughout Lothric and the royal family and the queen's heavenly children. But we're not going to focus on Guinevere here. I've gone over her connection to Lothric and its customs in several other videos. So the firstborn allied himself with the dragons when he realized they were not his true enemy. In doing so, he sacrificed everything he had ever known, and was banished and lost to history for doing so. His faithful warriors of Sunlight set out with their leader and founded the city and kingdom of Lothric, built on these new principles taught by the firstborn. The knights of Lothric befriended and rode dragons into battle, set by the example of their leader and former god of war, still the true heir of Sunlight. But the firstborn eventually faded from the spotlight and retired to Archdragon Peak, which, as we know, overlooks the kingdom of Lothric, so that he could always keep a close eye on his warriors. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. For that is our curse. This was spoken by Prince Lothric, and we all know that the path to linking the fire is a cursed one, and that the Lothric family will produce a worthy heir to this flame, even if through unspeakable means. But what is Prince Lothric's curse, and how did it come to be? While we exclusively find the pus of man within the kingdom of Lothric, it's unclear exactly what they are. Though I'd say it's safe to assume it's some form of chaotic humanity, given the hollows it sprouts from, and that they drop dark gems, which are said to be born of disembodied humanity. The gods and their associates are certainly no stranger to experimentation, whether to extend their life, legacy, or kingdom. And I believe the pus of man was one such experiment. Since Dark Souls 1, we have been burning humanity to embolden the fire and preserve ourselves. Why not apply that on a grander scale? Why not stuff the air of fire close to brimming with it in hopes of extending the age of fire for even longer? Not a terrible idea in retrospect, and surely not coincidental that we find pieces of the disembodied humanity from the pus of man, and right outside where we would find Lothric's king Osirius, who he himself is also known to experiment. It would also explain why the Pus of Man appears from UNDEAD GUNDYR, considering that he was supposed to link the flame but failed to do so for one reason or another, and was also very likely a part of the royal LOTHRIC family. And a LOTHRIC royal family tree would certainly be something interesting to see. We know Sirius was king, and at least had some children with Guinevere, the Queen of LOTHRIC. But the only one we can confirm is Ocelot, as even Osiris says, "I will not give him up, for he is all that I have." My point basically being that the heirs the LOTHRIC family were producing just weren't living up to the mantle of Lord, until Prince LOTHRIC. But what made him special? The short answer, I believe, is incest. All throughout varying mythologies, royal families practiced incest as a means of keeping their bloodline pure. Prince LOTHRIC is a result of this same principle. The world was running out of options, as LOTHRIC heirs just weren't worthy enough to the flame. But what if it produced an heir of the original royal family's bloodline? What if Guinevere and Gwyndolin came together to produce an heir specifically designed to link the flame? Think about it. LOTHRIC was born a frail and shriveled child, which is an indicator of being born from incest. But I'm not going to go into the science of the whole thing. But maybe this frailty also came from Gwyndolin, who was skinny and frail himself. They also share the same light blonde hair color, and give that some credit, because if you read Game of Thrones, that was a whole thing. And finally, Gwyndolin and LOTHRIC both share the same voice actor, and you can take that as you will. Maybe even Lorien was born of Guinevere and Gwyndolin as well. He shares the same light color hair and likes to wear a helmet similar in design to Gwendolin's. But I guess that idea isn't super important right now. The point being that Prince LOTHRIC was the culmination of ideas meant to be the perfect heir. So he was procreated through the original royal bloodline and stuffed full of humanity. A true testament to the fire-linking legacy. And some would likely say he was created through unspeakable means. Of course, we never see the Pus of Man revealed from LOTHRIC, and maybe that's because he accepted his curse, but not for the reasons he was created. As we know, he turned away from his duties after a certain scholar bent his ear, and he was content to abandon his role and watch it all fade into nothing. And he was likewise joined by his brother Lorien, who embraced LOTHRIC's curse. But what exactly is that curse? Well, we know that humanity is cursed with undeath. So if a godlike being was stuffed full of humanity, he probably acquired a somewhat similar curse. Historically speaking, the undead did a great job of being fodder for the flame, so this wasn't necessarily the worst plan they could have thought of. We can even see this curse taking effect when we fight the twin princes. When Lorien falls, LOTHRIC goes to his brother's side and tells him to rise, as that is their curse. And Lorien does indeed rise and continue to fight, albeit weaker and weaker each time, or until LOTHRIC himself is killed. That's quite similar to the curse of undeath, continuing to rise after death, losing a bit of yourself each time. But perhaps since the curse is shared between two brothers, undeath doesn't apply to both. And that idea might also be seen between the two wyverns perched on either side of LOTHRIC Castle. Both inflicted by the pus of man, but when one dies, so too does the other. This idea is supplemented with the fact that the twin princes are resistant to dark damage, whereas all the other gods or those related in the Dark Souls games were notoriously susceptible to it. Prince LOTHRIC is even sympathetic of the Unkindled's mission or expectations, since they really do have a lot in common. Both meant to save the world by doing the bidding of others, ultimately to your own sacrifice. And when defeated, LOTHRIC offers what I believe is genuine respite. This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like. I'm unsure exactly how the bond between Lorien and LOTHRIC became so strengthened that they cared only for one another. But it always seemed Lorien was poised, at least by others, to be the king of LOTHRIC, and with his little brother to reignite the Age of Fire, LOTHRIC would need a strong king with a strong claim. But just as LOTHRIC refused to be a cog in the Age of Fire system, so too does Lorien. And so they embraced each other and shared their curse. And maybe that was the final middle finger to those who thought to control them, the sharing of their curse. Or if LOTHRIC dies linking the fire, Lorien dies as well, and LOTHRIC would be left without a king. Chapter 8, Uncle GAEL. The painted world of Ariandel, and presumably Ariamis, as well as any other paintings that may have come before, have long mirrored the outside world in many ways. The world within the paintings has cycles, just as the outside world does. But instead of trembling at the change as Gwyn and the gods did, the denizens of the painting embrace it, for the sake of the world that comes next. In the outside world, the fire fades, but has long been continuously rekindled so that the Age of Fire doesn't die. But within the painting, the fire expands to consume the world so that it can be made anew. Sleep well, and allow me to weave you a tale of a slave knight who would sacrifice all to create a true haven for humanity, safely tucked away from the flame. When we meet Slave Knight GAEL in the Cleansing Chapel, which is actually an interesting name, since we can assume that he's praying to the goddess VELKA, as she is the mother to the forlorn, and it's called the Cleansing Chapel, similar to how the statue of VELKA herself cleanses those afflicted with a curse. But we won't start down that rabbit hole. GAEL asks us to show his lady, the painter, flame, so that it can burn the rot away and she can create a new painted world. And while in Dark Souls 1 we didn't really get involved in the outcome of the painted world in such a way, it's important this time around, as we'll soon learn that she intends to create a world with the Dark Soul itself. GAEL also remarks that you have that same scent as the woman in reference to Elfrida, since you're both technically unkindled ash. And I think it's important to go over Sister Frida for a moment, Dark Souls has never really been a game about good and evil. Sure, things can look that way through certain perspectives, but I don't think those who we perceive as the bad guys are always necessarily bad. Take Frida, for example. By the way we see it, she came into the painting, convinced Father Ariandel to stifle the flame, and lords over it, not allowing things to change. Similar in a way to Gwyn, I suppose. Is that bad? Probably. Maybe from a lot of angles, but think about where Frida came from. One of the leaders of the Sable Church. She had dedicated her life to finding the Lord of Hollows and bringing on an Age of Man. She is also an unkindled, which means that she tried and failed to link the flame. Or probably more likely, she tried to wrest the flame from its mantle, as the Sable Church intended, and then failed. Further evidenced by the burns upon her face. The whole ordeal of her failure was probably incredibly painful and embarrassing. Then the bells toll, and she finds herself back, scarred and haunted by her past, and the idea of having to return to it. So she runs and runs until she finds herself drawn into the painted world. Somewhere she's seemingly safe from the outside world. She convinces the father to hide the flame away, so now she doesn't have to worry about her responsibilities in the outside world or about being burned alive again, since she has basically outlawed the flame here in the painted world of Ariandel. So again, was what she did bad? Maybe. But it seems apparent to say she didn't do it to be bad, or as some grand evil design. She, like a lot of characters in this world, are simply scared and haunted by their pasts, and the fact that basically most things want you dead. So they do whatever they believe necessary to hide themselves from that torture and fear. And I know this was a little off topic, but I've ruminated on that idea a lot, about there not necessarily being a good and evil in Dark Souls, and felt using an example of Sister Frida was at least in context with this video. Once we free the painter and defeat Frida, the world sets ablaze, and the painter waits for GAEL to return to her with the pigment for her next world, the pigment of the dark soul of man, of which she says will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. This description, I believe, is indicative of the true haven of humanity it will be. Cold and dark seems to imply the absence of flame, the one thing that has dictated all of life since the beginning. And to live within a world free of it would be quite freeing indeed. And this only works if the world is created with the antithesis of the flame, which would of course be the dark soul, or the darkness of humanity, which for too long has been shackled by the gods and the flame. So a cold, dark, and gentle place quite accurately describes the dark soul. Even Manus' soul that went wild with humanity is described as a gentle lump of humanity. So I can think of no better description for a world created specifically for those who hold pieces of the dark soul within them. And this was what was being fought for, and was worth being fought for. GAEL was a slave knight used in the war against the ancient dragons, and the slave knights have been around since the dawn of the Ringed City, and has been under the oppression of fire for likely as long as he can remember. But he serves a new purpose now, to help create a world free of binding, probably even more so than a true age of darkness would be. So he sets out to bring the dark soul to his lady. But ultimately we know he would fail, because we learn that the blood of the dark soul has long dried up and could never be used as a pigment for painting. That leaves GAEL with a singular choice: to consume the dark soul himself, so that his blood can become the blood of the dark soul, though he knows he'll be corrupted by it. So he leads the unkindled one through the ringed city, knowing that they're the only one left that possesses the strength to kill him once he becomes uncontrollable and more powerful than ever. Then they both meet at the ends of the world and time, atop a sea of ash, and the fate of the dark soul and all humanity hangs in the balance. After the unkindled defeats GAEL, they take the blood of the dark soul to the painter to create the next painted world, a truer home for humanity than ever before. But without GAEL, all of this fails. Without his sacrifice, his knowledge of things that are and things to come, there would be no pigment, no new painting. Despite all that he had lived through, and perhaps all that he deserved, he made a sacrifice, not unlike Lord Gwyn, to make a better life for his people. But of course, in the context of our perspective of the world, GAEL's sacrifice was for the better, while Gwyn's was for the worst. But all that begs is the endless debate of good and evil and how it can continue to exist in that world. But that matters not, I think. Dark Souls becomes largely about the story of the individual and their journey and fight. Not always for themselves, but for their families, their people, their religion, or the will of the individual. It's all about the collective tragedies of those who exist in this world. And as the spell Pursuers reads, the will feels envy, or perhaps love. And despite the inevitably trite and tragic ending, the will sees no alternative, and is driven madly towards its target. Chapter 9: The Sable Church of Londor. The Sable Church of Londor. Perhaps Koth's final Hail Mary to extinguish the flame. Thus begins the manipulation of the three sisters, who would go on to found this black church. But still, we find rooted in their principles ideologies mirrored from the goddess of sin VELKA, who, though long dead and gone, guides her daughters towards creating their haven for hollows. Sleep well, and allow me to spin you the tale of a black and hollowed church. But first, this video is brought to you by the Join button. The Join button, found next to the subscribe one, allows you to support my channel a step further, with multiple different tiers of support. But regardless of which tier you choose, you'll receive a badge next to your name in the comments, exclusive emojis, and access to ad-free versions of all past and future Lord Asleep 2 videos. Click the Join button to learn more. So, this theory revolves around the idea that the three sisters, Elfrida, Yuria, and Lilianne, that founded the Sable Church of Londor are VELKA's daughters. And though we know the church was likely figureheaded by Koth, for when Yuria is killed she says, "Koth, I have failed thee," I still believe their mother's principles are clung to by them, even if they're being manipulated to an ulterior motive. Let's start by looking into the similarities Londor shares with VELKA. First is the miracle vow of silence, which in Dark Souls 1 reads, Secret rite of black-haired witch VELKA. VELKA, the goddess of sin, is a rogue deity, but she is versed in arts both new and old, and is considered to have a great range of influence, even as gods are concerned. So the vow of silence is VELKA's secret rite, which is important to note. It's also important to understand what a miracle is, which we can learn from the heal miracle. It reads, To cast a miracle, the caster learns a tale of the gods, and says a prayer to be blessed by its revelations. So a miracle is a tale, and to cast it, you're essentially reciting a scripture of sorts, which means Vow of Silence is the secret scripture of VELKA. Now, Vow of Silence can be acquired in Dark Souls 3 as well, after it's found within the Londor Braille Divine Tome, and its description reads, A Braille Tome of Londor, first spoken by Liliane of the Sable Church. Give this to a storyteller to learn the miracles of Londor. This is a forbidden tome, as it offers salvation to all hollows, and conversely curses all things living. So the miracles, or at least a miracle of Londor, is a secret tale of the goddess of sin. Given the context, that's already a pretty solid connection, but still, it's just one, and we don't want to leave anything up to coincidence. So let's look into more connections. Next, we'll visit Oswald, VELKA's partner that we meet in Dark Souls 1. Now, I want to read two descriptions: the Black Cleric robe and VELKA's rapier. The Black Cleric robe reads, Robe worn by partners serving VELKA, the goddess of sin. The partner's attire is uniformly black in color and said to be imbued with VELKA's mystical power, which provides resistance against all manner of magic. And VELKA's rapier states, a symbolic, powerful thrusting sword, used by the partner serving VELKA, goddess of sin. It is no mere symbol, to be sure. The partner is an inhuman swordsman and wields this enchanted blade with a special sword technique. Let's start with the rapier, and the important part I want to take from this is that the partner is an inhuman swordsman. Now, inhuman can mean a couple of different things, mainly lacking in human qualities, which is a laundry list in itself. But it could refer to being compassionless, or surpassing the normal human skills with the blade. Now, I pondered on this for a bit, but I think the Mask of VELKA helps us answer the question. It reads, Mask worn by the partners serving VELKA, the goddess of sin. The partners listen to the confessions of sinners, urging reflection and salvation. Their masks symbolize separation from worldly desires. I believe that rules out the partner being compassionless if he's urging reflection and salvation. But of course, the compassionless could be a reference specifically about his swordsmanship alone. But suffice to say, I think we can take from the description that he's talented with a blade. Now, the reason I bring up followers of VELKA being particularly skilled with the blade is because of two more item descriptions: the Vow of Silence from Londor's tome and the Black Gauntlets. The Vow of Silence reads, Miracle of the Sable Church of Londor. Members of the Sable Church are all trained swordsmen, each sworn only to their weapons as they bear the leaden silence of Londor. And the Black Gauntlets say, attire of the 3 mentors of the Sable Church of Londor. These black gauntlets are hidden by the dress. It is apparent that the women in black were highly skilled fencers, capable of founding the Sable Church between just the 3 of them. So, the 3 sisters who founded the Black Church share similar attributes to the partner who served VELKA, being highly skilled with the blade. It is interesting that the gauntlet's descriptions mention specifically that they were highly skilled fencers, considering the partner's preferred weapon in VELKA's rapier, which is similar to weapons used in fencing, particularly épée. But we do know that Yuria, at least, does not use a rapier-styled weapon. She uses a katana called Dark Drift, which reads, a cursed sword with an unseen blade, the choice weapon of Yuria of Londor. Yuria, a mentor of the Sable Church and accomplished swordswoman, is said to have claimed 100 lives with this weapon. So the description serves to further drive home the point that she was very skilled with the blade. But what's interesting about Dark Drift is the black feathers attached to the hilt of the blade, and we all know how well VELKA is synonymous with the crow. Next, we can simply look at the aesthetic of the Sable Church of Londor compared to VELKA and her partners. First, we have the all-black attire and the build and beak-like masks. The Londor set even has some sort of chainmail that appears as dark feathers. And I don't want to spend too much time on it because I think the visual similarities to one another and the aesthetics of VELKA are pretty apparent. Now let's talk about the church itself, the sisters' motivations behind it, and what's happened thus far. So we know from behind the scenes Koth is pulling the strings. It's been no secret of his that he wishes for the flame to die out and an age of man to be ushered in, though his reasoning is unknown and, I suppose, irrelevant to what we're talking about. But it seems he's moved on from the whole singular Dark Lord thing, and instead made an entire fanatical religion out of it to find the Lord of Hollows. And together they could all usher in the Age of Man. But with Koth's manipulations or not, the Black Church, headed by the sisters, I believe still share the same sentiments that VELKA did. The painted world was always a home for those with none, a haven for the forlorn. Who are more homeless and forlorn in the world of Dark Souls than the Hollows cursed and left to rot by the gods they served? The Sable Church of Londor seeks to create a haven, an entire age dedicated to hollowing humanity. In essence, the same principle as the painted world applied to the entire world. Where else do we find VELKA's very statue to offer pardoning and salvation than within the heart of the undead settlement? The sentiment is the same. We know the eldest of the sisters, Elfrida, who now resides within the painted world of Ariandel, after becoming an Ashen One herself. Her failure with the flame was likely a result of her attempting to become the Lord of Hollows and wrest the flame from its mantle, putting an end to the Age of Fire. But it seems that she failed. And when the bells tolled, she stirred once more. But her convictions had faltered, and she was drawn into the world of the forlorn. Now, I'm of the mind that the sisters didn't know of the painted world. When Frida makes her way into the painted world and assumes the position of its leader, we see that all of the statues have been vandalized. And to me, the statues in the painted world can only be of VELKA. And the only other person it could be is Priscilla. But I think we would know if it was her. But all of these statues have been smashed in varying degrees, including the one of VELKA and a small child, that we also see in the painted world of Ariamis in Dark Souls 1, which may be VELKA and one of her daughters, or maybe VELKA and a young Priscilla. And perhaps it's Frida smashing these statues because she discovered her mother's secrets, and how she was more of a mother to these people than to her. But of course, that is all circumstantial. But I think it's an interesting thought to consider within this theory, especially if we look at Frida's great scythe description, which reads, "In the painting, the scythe is a symbol of a long-lost home," possibly explaining Elfrida's preference for it. So that could tie Frida and her sisters to VELKA, considering the painting could possibly resemble their long-lost home. But I digress. Now, we do know that Frida and Father Ariandel screwed the painted world up pretty badly, but I don't think that was their intent, at least not Frida's. The ordained dress she wears reads, "After renouncing everything, Frida discovered a people that she wished to protect and assumed the precise form that they yearned for." The renouncing everything, obviously a reference to her abandoning her sisters and the Sable Church. But she did wish to protect the denizens of the painting. My thought is that after being mentored and guided by Koth for so long, she simply didn't trust in fire, and thus would not allow it to consume this world. But of course we know the painting works differently than the real world. But as I'm speaking of this, I can already feel myself going deeply down the rabbit hole, so let's get back on topic. Finally, we can look at other circumstances that help tie the sisters and their church to VELKA. There is the miracle atonement, which reads, "Miracle given to those cast out from the Sable Church of Londor. This is the only tale known by exiles, who believe it carries words of forgiveness. Cursed journeys, too, must come to an end." So, another tale from the Black Church that is on par with what VELKA stood for. Atonement, forgiveness, being pardoned of one's sins. Then there is the Ring of Sacrifice, which reads, "The mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of VELKA, the goddess of sin. And this ring can only be purchased from Yuria, or from the shrine handmaiden, but only after she's been given Yuria's ashes." I think all of these things tied together make a pretty strong case for the Sable Church of Londor being directly connected to VELKA and or her teachings and ideologies. Now, of course, the three sisters don't necessarily have to be considered her daughters for VELKA to be considered a mother of the Sable Church, just given how much they resemble her. And if I may submit one more piece of evidence, if we look at VELKA's rare ring of sacrifice, not its description, but the actual ring, within it we see 3 robed humanoid figures. And if you're keen to believe that VELKA mothered the 3 sisters of Londor, then I suppose you have an idea of who those robed figures within the ring could be. Chapter 10. The Lord of Hollows. Thou art a lord, art thou not? Bearer of the dark sigil and our Lord of Hollows. For the time thou remainst a lord, we of Londor shall serve thee. And I, of course, am also thine. What does it mean to be the Lord of Hollows? And how does that work? Sleep well, and allow me to weave you a tale of darkness and humanity, and the one who would preside over it all. Since the day the first flame roared to life and disparity was created, the dark vied to assert dominance over the light. The Age of Fire was always meant to simply precede the Age of Dark, oft referred to as the Age of Man. As during the Age of Fire, the gods and those akin to them were at the height of their power and ruled over the land, strength provided to them by the flame. But as the flames waned, so too did their strength. And as the Age of Dark dawned, the power shifted to those born of the dark, to humanity. Thus began Lord Gwyn's long-running conspiracy, where he told the world that fire was the answer, and that the dark would doom them all. So, as the first Age of Dark settled, Gwyn linked the flame himself and brought the world back to the beginning of the Age of Fire, where the gods and their kin were once again powerful. And that was only the beginning of a countless number of people linking the flame whenever the dark crept upon the precipice of succeeding the fire. For the most part, everyone was on board with this plan, as they bought into Lord Gwyn's lies. But there was one individual who didn't buy into the charade, who understood that humanity needed to take their rightful place of power within the Age of Dark. And that was the primordial serpent Darkstalker Koth. Though several other primordial serpents are seen to be working in league with Koth, none of them have been named as far as we know. So we'll press on assuming that Koth was the mastermind behind this movement. When it became clear that the gods would not give up their Age of Fire willingly, Koth knew that humanity would need a champion, a Dark Lord or Lord of Hollows, whichever term you prefer, but they're both essentially the exact same thing. A human meant to bring about the Age of Dark, by any means necessary, since the gods would ultimately try to prevent it. Koth began his plans with Manus, the primeval man, and prime candidate for Dark Lord. Unfortunately, we know how that story goes. Manus lost his mind, likely getting his emotions involved, and his humanity went wild. The abyss began swallowing Ulasil, and so on and so forth. Koth then turned his eyes to the four kings of New Londo, and incited a covenant with them and their people. This covenant was known as the Dark Wraiths, and Koth granted them the art of life drain, which was said to be the legendary power of the Dark Lord, and allowed them to sap humanity from other humans to keep their own replete, which seems harsh, but was necessary for the sake of truly bringing in an Age of Dark. And it's a trend we'll see continue, even as far as the time of Lothric. The idea that sacrifices are a necessary evil to empower the Lord of Hollows. Ultimately, the Four Kings and the Dark Wraiths would be thwarted when the city of New Londo was flooded to contain the spread of the abyss. Time would go on, and the Age of Fire would be continuously rekindled, effectively killing off the dark time and again. Koth would then meet three sisters, and these sisters would establish the Sable Church of Londor, potentially the last Hail Mary at producing a Lord of Hollows. Which is exactly what you can pursue as the Unkindled One in Dark Souls 3. But it requires a very specific sigil and some ceremony. To become the Lord of Hollows, you first have Yol of Londor draw out your true strength, essentially branding you with a dark sign as you collect a dark sigil. A gaping black hole seeping with humanity and filled by the accumulation of the curse. This is what I believe is the entire key to becoming the Lord of Hollows. Or rather, becoming powerful enough to become the Lord of Hollows. After collecting all the dark sigils Yol has to offer, one of the three sisters responsible for creating the Sable Church steps in on his behalf. Yuria of Londor tells the would-be Lord of Hollows their destiny to become a monarch of the dark, to usher in an age of man, to propel humanity to their rightful seat of power. But before the first flame can be usurped, the Lord of Hollows must be joined in wedlock with Henri of Astora. Though the weddings of Londor are quite unorthodox. In this wedding ceremony, the Lord of Hollows impales Henri with the Sword of Avowal, effectively taking Henri's dark sigils within themselves. Then, and only then, is the Lord of Hollows ready to march upon the first flame, empowered by the dark sigils, which again is the key to this whole thing. Consider this. The only other being with an ending that includes wresting the flame from its mantle is when we convince the Firekeeper to betray the flame. So we summon her to do the deed. And it has to be her, because Firekeepers, as we know, are a draw for infinite humanity. So the reason we'd need the Firekeeper in the first place is because we simply lack the amount of humanity necessary to overpower the flame. Which makes the dark sigils the entire and only plan the Sable Church has as a means to usurp the flame. And teasing out your true strength just wasn't enough. So a matter of ceremony had to forerun the Lord of Hollows reaching the kiln. Because infinite humanity is one thing. The Lord of Hollows would need a close to endless amount of supply as well. And the only answer was hoarding dark sigils. Which goes back to the idea Koth had from the beginning with the power of life drain and sucking humanity out of others. Because only an overwhelming amount of dark can snuff out the flame. An experiment we've likely already seen failed before in the eldest sister of the Sable Church, Elfrida, who herself is unkindled, meaning at some point she had some sort of direct contact with the first flame. And if the Black Church's agenda is any indication, she probably tried to become the Lord of Hollows with her dark sigils. And when it failed, the Church knew that the true Lord would need more. So the Lord of Hollows isn't uniquely anyone special. It's essentially just someone with an incredible amount of humanity, who, I suppose, unlike Manus, didn't allow it to consume them and go wild. So Koth and the Sable Church found their candidate and set them on the path of gathering as many of the dark sigils as they could, until it was enough to rip the first flame from its mantle, allowing it to truly die out, as the Lord of Hollows heralds in the first age of dark, without any embers or resemblance of a flame left to rekindle. Chapter 11. FARRON'S Undead Legion. In order to tell you about FARRON'S Legion, we need to go all the way back to the beginning, back to Knight Artorias. Sleep well, and allow me to tell you the tale of the ones who sought to bury the abyss. And be sure to hit the join button next to the subscribe one to learn how you can get these sleep videos completely ad-free. Of course, if you know anything about Dark Souls, then you've heard the tales of brave Artorias the Abyss Walker, the hero who fought and traversed the Abyss to save Ulasil and the world. But it wasn't really that simple, and it wasn't really Artorias. It was in fact us, or the chosen undead, who accomplished the great deeds. But it would be Artorias' name that would forerun these tales. For good reason, though. The world needed the name and face of a hero. The world needed an example. And that example would be the very foundation that FARRON'S Legion was built upon. Now, Artorias didn't just become the Abyss Walker through acts of grandeur. No, his ability to freely traverse the Abyss was bought with a price. The Covenant of Artorias reads, "This ring symbolizes Knight Artorias' covenant with the beasts of the Abyss. Its wearer, like Artorias himself, can traverse the Abyss. So it was a pact made with the beasts of the Abyss that allowed Artorias to walk it. Now, I've often pondered on who these beasts of the Abyss were. The Abyss has been around for quite a long time, and I never thought it was the tainted beasts of the Abyss that made a pact with Artorias, the one person in the world dedicated to slaughtering their kind. I don't think it makes sense for them to give their enemy the ability to come into their home. Then I thought maybe it was Koth. He dwells in the Abyss and is always up to his primordial serpent manipulative ways. He could have given Artorias this ability, but that still didn't quite add up to me. Because, again, Artorias was constantly hunting down Koth's dark wraiths and killing them. And sure, maybe he knew that eventually Artorias would succumb to the Abyss, and simply wanted to streamline the process. It is a possibility, I suppose, but not every creature or beast we see in the Abyss was evil or corrupted. In fact, we even see a good friend of Artorias is there, and they even help lead us to the stranded Sif. The Cat Covenant ring reads, "Ring granted to those bound by the Forest Hunter Covenant. The white cat Alvina speaks a human tongue and has lived since the early age of fire. Alvina was a trusted friend of Knight Artorias and Great Wolf Sif. Now, there isn't a specific requirement known that makes a creature or beast of the Abyss, but I imagine being able to be in it is likely a prerequisite. Now, wouldn't it make more sense that Artorias' covenant was built upon a pact made with a trusted friend, as opposed to his enemies? Now, this seems like a rabbit hole of sorts, but Alvina's Forest Hunter Covenant is important because it, as well, shares the same principles as Farron's Legion. The Forest Hunters protect Artorias' grave and the surrounding forest graves from intruders. Alvina even claims that those in the Covenant must heed the Golden Rule, that the clan is family, and to your kinsmen you must forever remain loyal. And so when the forest and the resting spots of its heroes are threatened, those in the Forest Hunters clan are summoned to defend it. The Watchdogs of Farron's sigil reads, Ancient medallion depicting the crest of a wolf. Symbolizes the pact with the old wolf of Farron. The Watchdogs ensure that the warriors sleep in serenity by taking the form of loyal spirits and hunting down those who would trespass the woods of Farron. So the parallels here are quite apparent, and it's certainly more interesting while entertaining the idea that Alvina granted Artorias the ability to walk the abyss. Which would mean that Alvina laid the foundation for everything that Farron's Legion is. Also, consider this. While item descriptions describe Alvina as a white cat, we can clearly see she's more gray-colored or iron-colored. Which is fun because the name Farron is a name of Anglo-Saxon origin, and came from the given name Fairmont. The surname Farron originally derived from the Old French word ferrant, which meant iron gray. But do with that random fact what you will. It's mostly common knowledge now that Darkroot Garden and Basin in Dark Souls 1 are the remains of ancient Ulasil. I won't delve into it too deeply here, but if you're not already convinced, see the architecture, map design, and the stone guardians to help you get there. Now consider the idea that even the area of Farron's Keep is built upon ancient Ulasil, or Darkroot Garden. I again won't go over those details here. I've actually already made a video about that, and it's one of the first videos I did actually. So if you're interested in checking that out, I'm sure you can find it on this channel. But what's most interesting about the idea is that everything has taken place on these grounds. From Artorias' grave, to the forest hunters protecting the land and graves, to the watchdogs of Farron protecting the same land and same graves. It's like we were watching an idea that continued to grow in shape, essentially what was the legend of Artorias. People often assume that Farron's Legion simply consisted of the Abyss Watchers, but that's not actually the case. It was a quite large entity of people. Though, to be fair, the Abyss Watchers were easily their most formidable warriors, and those most connected with the blood that connected them all, and likely the face of the Legion. The soul of the blood of the wolf, which is dropped by the Abyss Watchers, reads, Soul of the blood of the wolf. The blood was spread amongst the Abyss Watchers, their souls are one with the soul of the Wolfblood Master. Now, this almost portrays the Abyss Watchers as some sort of hive-minded group, but that's a completely different topic for a completely different day. But they bore the legacy with the Wolf's Blood Master, and not only share this bond in blood, but share its soul. You already are likely thinking that Artorias is the Wolf Master, and you'd be correct. But let's go ahead and confirm it anyway. The Wolf Knight's greatsword, transposed from the soul of the blood of the wolf, reads, Great sword of a knight tainted by the dark of the abyss, and master of the wolf's blood of Farron. The Wolf Knight was the first Abyss Watcher, and his sword is more punishing against creations of the abyss. This sword quite obviously belongs to Artorias, but for the sake of clarity, we'll also read the description of Artorias' armor, which is called the Wolf Knight set in Dark Souls 3. As it seems Wolf Knight has become Artorias' new moniker. What's also interesting is that you can only buy this armor set in the Untended Graves after you've defeated the Abyss Watchers. I don't think there's any secret meaning to this, but the darkened firelink, I guess, is symbolic of the dark of the abyss. Anyway, the Wolf Knight helmet reads, Helm of a knight tainted by the dark of the abyss. The twilight blue tassel is damp and will remain ever so. A vanquished knight left behind only wolf's blood and a duty of legacy. The undead legion of Farron was formed to bear his torch, and the armor of these Abyss Watchers suggests their own eventual end. So clearly the Wolf Master is Artorias. But what of the wolf's blood he left behind? Obviously he wasn't a wolf, but he did have his companion, Sif, the Great Grey Wolf, at his side at all times. And as it so happens, Sif was the only thing Artorias actually left behind. Artorias' shield, the Cleansing Great Shield, reads, The steel great shield used by the knight who succumbed to the abyss. Artorias, deeply scarred by the abyss, used this to form a barrier to protect his compatriot Sif. So Sif's blood is the blood that Artorias, the Wolf Master, left behind. And so while Farron's Legion was formed to continue Artorias' legacy, they built it upon Sif's blood. Now, that's not to say they went and slaughtered the wolf for her blood, but it is canonical that the chosen undead slays Sif to retrieve the covenant of Artorias. So it's likely that, especially considering how close to all of this Alvina and her forest hunters were, and not just close ideologically, but physically close, that they went to Sif's corpse and collected her blood. I'm not entirely sure how they used the blood to connect their souls, but I'm just going to assume some sort of magic. As I said earlier though, Farron's Legion wasn't just comprised of the Abyss Watchers. No, it was a mass of people, likely from all different backgrounds and nations, brought together in a single cause. A majority were probably from Ulasil, given the location and the fact that they had a front row seat to the destruction of their homes. the influence of Farron's Legion reached far and wide. In fact, they even boasted a powerful sorcerer. The Crystal Hail sorcery description reads, unique sorcery developed by extraordinary preacher twins known as the Crystal Sages. In a pact said to have been formed long ago, one of the sages allied with the Undead Legion in order to train the sorcerers of Farron. The Crystal Sages were even the successors of the Great Big Hat Logan, one of the most prolific sorcerers of all time. And one of these Crystal Sages went on to tutor the Legion and their sorcerers to further strengthen their arsenal against the Abyss. The Sage would develop and refine several sorceries specifically for the Legion, and compile them into the Sage's Scroll, including the Farron Hail sorcery, which was initially created by the daughter of the leader of the Legion's acolytes, the Xanthus scholar Hazel. But still, the Legion wasn't just Abyss Watchers and Wizards. It boasted a great many warriors, including the people who would one day become the corrupted Grus we see within the Festering Woods. The Rotten Gru dagger reads, choice weapon of the Blunthorn Grus, descendant of the acolytes of Farron Keep. The rancid blade is drenched in rotten waste, making it acutely poisonous. Now, I'm not sure in what exact manner the Grus are corrupted. There could be an argument made that they look similar to the abyss-corrupted bloatheads that we see in Ulasil. Or perhaps they became corrupted when the wolf's blood dried up and the woods began to fester. But corrupted or not, it seems that not even their duty or loyalty has wavered, as they still defend their home and would seemingly still fight against the Abyss. And I think further evidence is the Gru barring the way to the Abyss Watchers against Dark Wraiths, who were Artorias' prey and mortal enemies. So I imagine there was no love lost between the two groups over the centuries. But that isn't all of the people comprising of Farron's Legion. Even their followers had followers, and by that I mean the Farron followers. The follower armor says, armor worn by the Farron followers. When a warrior of Farron fell to the Abyss, the tall, lean followers, with their hollowed eyes, quietly appeared in groups to hunt them down. Farron and its watchers fell to ruin, but the followers survived as a wandering pack of hollows. So dedicated was the fight against the Abyss, there was a unit comprised of those who would hunt down their own kin who had fallen to it. It is even said that their sword technique was honed to fight against men, implying that those who had yet to lose their humanity to the Abyss were likely their prey. Which is pretty hardcore, but that's what the Legion was all about. A no-nonsense Abyss-fighting force. Even Hawkwood, the Legion deserter, says this about the Legion. The Undead Legion of Farron is a caravan of undead, sworn by the wolf's blood to contain the Abyss. The Legion will bury a kingdom at the first sign of exposure. And that might also be taken as literal. Farron Keep is quite literally on top of the catacombs of Karthus. Now, catacombs are underground anyway, but there still isn't a trace of their kingdom above it. And we know Wolnir was a mighty king, and he and his kingdom of Karthus eventually fell to the abyss. This battle could have been what finally did FARRON'S legion in. They knew their end was eventual, and they'd be corrupted one day. So the two groups extinguished each other, it seems. But before the wolf's blood could dry completely, the Watchers used it as their mandate to serve as Lord and lit the first flame anew. It was then that the FARRON followers, with no one left from the Legion to hunt down, lost their duty and were slowly drawn into the world of the Forlorn. But the Age of Fire would continue to dwindle, and one day the bells would toll. The Undead Legion would arise once more as Lords of Cinder, but they would forsake their duty to the Flame. For that is not and never was their true duty. Their mission, their life's work, is to fight and eradicate any signs of the Abyss, even if it meant each other. So here we find the Abyss Watchers locked within FARRON'S Keep, mindless undead, unfaltering in their duty. So one by one they slay each other. Because just like Artorias, these abyss-fighting heroes have nary a murmur of dark. And so locked in eternal battle to rid one another of the corruption, they fight unending. Chapter 12. The Tragedy of UNDEAD GUNDYR. In our travels as the Unkindled Ash, we meet GUNDYR twice. Once at the beginning of our journey, and later on in the past. After the bells toll and the Unkindled rise from their grave, they are awaited by the former champion, now judge. UNDEAD GUNDYR bars the path to Firelink Shrine, the coiled sword binding him to measure the worth of the would-be chosen ash. Sleep well, and enjoy the tale of a knight determined to link the fire, though is destined to fail. The coiled sword that leaves UNDEAD GUNDYR impaled reads, "This sword is only bequeathed to chosen ash, as judged by the UNDEAD, who awaits the arrival of ash as a scabbard." This makes sense in the grand scheme of things, obviously. Much like the Asylum Demon in Dark Souls 1, the adherents of the Age of Fire needed a way to test the strength of their would-be saviors. But who was GUNDYR before he became the scabbard awaiting the judgment of ash? Well, we get a few clues if we push past the illusory wall. Just beyond the room we find former and consumed King Osiris. I'll warn you, however, the tale I gazed upon was one of betrayal and tragedy. Here, sometime in the past, in the darkened shrine, we encounter Champion GUNDYR. His soul reads, "Once, a champion came late to the festivities, and was greeted by a shrine without fire, and a bell that would not toll. So we know that, at least to start, GUNDYR was meant to be the champion of the flame, the same degree of champion that would one day preside over it. But something wasn't right. The shrine was without fire, and the bells were silent. We get a bit more of the puzzle if we read the Estus Ring, which is found within the tower of Firelink Shrine, where the bodies of firekeepers are placed for their eternal rest. The ring reads, "This ring was entrusted to a certain firekeeper, but in the end she never met her champion. and the ensuing tragic farce became a favorite tale of the masses. This makes the most sense from what we know to be Champion GUNDYR, who arrived late to the shrine to find nothing, including his firekeeper. Now, the idea of this tale being a farce is important. A farce is typically defined as a comedic and dramatic work, often using crude characterizations and improbable situations in the theater setting. But it can also mean a sham, travesty, or a pretense. I believe this pretense was set in motion by the LOTHRIC royal family. The cinders of Prince LOTHRIC read, "The LOTHRIC bloodline was obsessed with creating a worthy heir, and when this proved impossible, resorted to unspeakable means. Suffice it to say, the path to linking the fire is a cursed one indeed." Now, we don't need to get into everything horrible that the LOTHRIC bloodline did, but we know that they were ruthless in their approach, and would even sacrifice their own family in the name of their flame and light. This also includes GUNDYR, who I believe was a part of the LOTHRIC royal family, possibly even the oldest son that we know of anyway. The description of GUNDYR's helmet reads, "Ancient helm of a set of cast iron armor belonging to Champion GUNDYR, modeled after a former king. GUNDYR, or the belated champion, was bested by an unknown warrior. He then became sheathed to a coiled sword in hopes that someday the first flame would be linked once more. Now, some of this has to be taken with a grain of salt. Some take the modeled after a former king part to be a direct reference to old King Doran in Demon Souls. And I understand that connection and the fact that FromSoft puts Easter eggs to their other works in games all the time. But one thing they don't do is intentionally tie the lore from one franchise to another. They are often quite particular with their item descriptions. So I think modeled after a former king is a direct reference to a king that existed within Dark Souls itself. The only two figures labeled as former kings are the Nameless King and the Consumed King Osiris. We can visibly see that the Nameless King's armor doesn't look like GUNDYR's, but Osiris is a pale drake now, so we're unsure of what armor he may have donned before then. But if I had to guess between the two, I'd say it's more likely it's probably modeled after Osiris. Especially if we're considering the idea that GUNDYR was a part of his family, and sons modeling themselves after their fathers in Dark Souls is almost a theme. We can also see the details of the armors of the other members of the royal family that we know of. Golden pieces and trim adorning and hanging from the pieces of the armor, and with dark royal blue cloths being prominent in all of the sets. And of course there are crown designs worked into the helmets, which is exactly the same as what we see going on with GUNDYR's armor. It makes a lot of sense to me that GUNDYR was a part of the LOTHRIC bloodline, which of course makes it more tragic what his family did, with unspeakable means and such. So the farce then was the fact that the royal family was setting GUNDYR up the entire time, filling his head with delusions of grandeur. how he would champion the flame and save the world, etc. But did they know all along that they only wanted him as a pawn, to judge the one who would truly be their champion? Gundyr's halberd reads, Halberd of Gundyr the Champion, received when he was charged with his duty. This old cast-iron halberd has the power to break poise and is said to never crumble, seeming to suggest that Gundyr was fated to eternal service from the beginning. And that description says a lot. Gundyr was always meant to play the role of judge from the start, but the farce was always that he truly believed himself a champion of the flame. Betrayed by the very family he meant to sacrifice himself for anyway. We know that in the untended graves he was bested by an unknown champion, likely the unkindled one when we made our way through the area. Perhaps that was also always part of the plan. With Gundyr defeated and weakened, that made him a prisoner, and slated him with what was his true duty all along. The prisoner's chain made from Gundyr's soul helps confirm this idea. It reads, portion of a steel chain used to restrain Gundyr. A prisoner is one who has staked everything on a belief, a proclivity most apparent in the greatest champions. His belief being the lies his family fed him from the start, knowing that he was truly a champion in his own rights, and they would prey upon that very proclivity. Restrained, betrayed, and defeated. Only then did they reveal the coiled blade they would pierce him with, damning him to his true duty. Only when the truce of champions arose and bested the judgment of this heartbroken UNDEAD would Gundyr rest. The hidden blessing reads, there is a grave in Lothric that sees no visitors, a dark place where rootless warriors rest. The Queen of Lothric alone cared to wish the poor souls good fortune. Perhaps you could call it shame, call it guilt, to visit the would-be resting place of the son she betrayed, all for a flame that would always continue to diminish, always be just out of reach. Chapter 13, The Cathedral of the Deep. When Aldrich ruminated on the fading of the fire, it inspired visions of a coming age of the deep sea. He knew the path would be arduous, but he had not fear. He would devour the gods himself. Sleep well, and allow me to tell you the story about the foundations of the Church of the Deep, how it became a belief in which clerics forsook their duties to the flame to pursue. We know the idea and revelation of the deep came from Aldrich when he was granted visions of it, but it takes a lot more than just a vision to push a religion that seems to have affected so many. I'd wager that the real driving force behind Aldrich and the Church of the Deep is none other than the ambitious Pontiff Sullivan. So let's backtrack a little bit and learn about the Pontiff, his upbringing, where he's been, and what could connect him to the deep. The sorcery snap freeze reads, one of the spells left behind by the young sorcerer Sullivan before leaving the painted world. Sullivan was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland, since he had not yet experienced loss. Being from the painted world is certainly interesting, but not even of any consequence. He was born there, so we know his mother called the painting her home. But what of his father? Who could he be directly? or who could it be associated with? I think the answer to that could be someone who shares quite a bit in common with Sullivan, and that is Gravelord Nito, or at the very least, one of his Gravelord servants. Let me explain how. While you could certainly associate Nito with bones and skeletons for obvious reasons, but I'd say outside of the obvious, he's closely associated with eyes. The Gravelord Sword Dance miracle reads, "Miracle known only by the servants of the first dead, Gravelord Nito. Nito sleeps deep within the giant catacombs, quietly overseeing all death, and waiting for his servants to usher in the Eye of Death." And the Eye of Death reads, "Lure phantoms from other worlds. The dreadful eyes of death spread disaster across neighboring worlds. Phantoms lured to their host world may end up as victims, allowing the eyes of death to multiply and leading to further proliferation of bane. These eyes are meant to lure others into death, disaster, and chaos across different lands and worlds. But what does that have to do with Sullivan and his connection to Aldrich and the Deep? Well, the Pontiff had a very similar practice he bestowed upon his knights through his eye rings. The Pontiff's left and right eye ring reads, "Bewitched ring that Pontiff Sullivan bestowed upon his knights. Knights who peer into the black orb are lured into battles of death, transformed into frenzied beasts. No wonder the Pontiff only provides these rings to those dispatched to foreign lands." So, knights peering into these black-orbed eyes of the Pontiff are essentially doing the same thing as Nito's eyes of death, with the added benefit or drawback of turning them into beasts. But the connection shared between Nito and Sullivan certainly can't be coincidence, especially considering we clearly see Aldrich wielding some form of the Gravelord's sword or the Gravelord's sword dance. Now, the idea of Nito being Sullivan's father is far from a certainty, but it's fun to entertain when we consider his mother in the painted world and the empty casket next to Nito that's widely assumed to be that of his mates. And the fact that Sullivan is derived from the Irish name Sullivan, which translates to Little Dark Eye, which could be indicative of a little Nito, but father or not, it isn't crazy to assume that Sullivan was associated with Nito and or his teachings in some way. Perhaps he himself could have become one of the Gravelord's servants for a time and helped Nito collect the Eyes of Death until he could replicate it himself. But I think the whole idea of it is important because we see Aldrich wield the Gravelord's power, and the thought that Sullivan is the driving force behind this bloated cleric. Furthermore, we see evidence of the Pontiff's involvement with Aldrich in the Deep by reading Pontiff Sullivan's soul. Soul of Pontiff Sullivan. Pontiff Sullivan of Irithyll imprisoned a god of the old royalty in the abandoned cathedral to be fed to the devourer. The Pontiff wanted Aldrich to devour Gwendolyn, and I believe I know why. The Life Hunt Scythe miracle derived from Aldrich's soul reads, "Aldrich dreamt as he slowly devoured the god of the dark moon. In this dream he perceived the form of a young pale girl in hiding. The young girl is likely being Priscilla, for as far as we know she was the only one to possess the power of the Life Hunt. I believe this was what was important to the Pontiff. The gods feared the incredible power of Life Hunt, and we learned that in Dark Souls 1. If Aldrich possessed this power as well, game mechanics of us having to kill him aside, in theory he'd probably be one of the most powerful beings in the world. On top of already devouring gods, he now held onto a power they feared most. Then we have the small doll, which much like the doll in Dark Souls 1 allows its wielder to cross over a plane they would otherwise not be able to cross. Likely a trick Sullivan picked up in the painted world. The small doll reads, "In the legendary old city of Irithyll, situated in the Boreal Valley, the Pontiff Sullivan gave this doll to valued subjects, so that they might use it to cross the barrier when they come home. We find the doll on the corpse of one of the archdeacons of the Deep. So, if the Pontiff gave this doll to an archdeacon of the Deep, then he was one of the Pontiff's loyal subjects. Not to mention, in Irithyll itself, we see two of the Pontiff's beasts guarding the corpse of another of the Deep's archdeacons, who allow us to further serve Aldrich if we wish. We also have to consider the fact that the deacons began using sorceries instead of miracles, which was considered a sin of their faith, which was likely passed down from Sullivan, who was a talented sorcerer. It's also interesting that the deacons of the Deep's robes and Pontiff Sullivan's each have what I suppose is a tabard over their robes that are similar in design. Even the Pontiff's own knights wield weapons affected by the Deep. The Pontiff Knight curved sword reads, "Curved sword wielded by the Pontiff's knights. Frigid spirits that linger in Irithyll. The large blade appears to be eaten away by insects, making it lightweight but also brittle." Now, what kind of insect could chew through a blade? Well, we know of one such insect that might just do the job. The Miracle Gnaw reads, "Dark miracle taught in the Cathedral of the Deep. Summons insect swarm to feast on foes. These insects which lurk in the deep have tiny jaws lined with fangs to tear open the skin and burrow into the flesh in the blink of an eye, causing intense bleeding." Which could be further indication of the Pontiff's close association with the Deep, especially considering that the deacons of the Deep once guarded the world against the creatures that dwelled there, but we'll get more into that later. Now, we have to simply talk about the word Pontiff, which simply means the Pope, and there's no other religion that Sullivan even appears closely related to other than the Deep that he could be the Pope of. It's often believed that Aldrich is the head of or in charge of this religion, but I think not. Aldrich is referred to as the Saint of the Deep, the saint being recognized as someone who has an exceptional degree of holiness or closeness to a god. Aldrich was the figurehead of the Church of the Deep, the Jesus of the Deep, if you will, and Sullivan was, well, the Pope. Now that I've hopefully made sense of all that, we can look into how the Deep came about, what it is, and all that jazz. Originally, the deacons and clerics, and Aldrich likely as well, of the Cathedral of the Deep were dedicated to the Way of White. The Archdeacon Holy Garb reads, "Holy garb worn by an Archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep, a sign of the Way of White's highest rank." So, a pretty easy connection there. The deacons were in the cathedral to fight back the creatures of the Deep and seal them away. It seems that within the cathedral was some sort of, portal or gateway to and from the Deep, and is why they're stationed there to guard it, as the Deep Ring states. "In the cathedral slumber things most terrible, and as such the deacons require a grand narrative to ensure they do not falter in their duty. A philosophy to ward away the madness beckoned by the grotesqueries at hand." So, it's likely the cathedral was intentionally built around this spot to contain an offensive against the Deep so that it could not threaten the flame. We can even see inside the cathedral how grotesque things are, but they could not fight forever. The deacon robes read, "Robe worn by the deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. The deep red pigment denotes the blessing of fire. In time, those dedicated to sealing away the horrors of the Deep succumbed to their very power. It seems that neither tending to the flame nor the faith could save them." It's likely the same fall to the horrors of the Deep that inspired Aldrich to begin his process of devouring people for power, and eventually gods. We know that during this time many bloody battles took place within the cathedral, between the deacons and the beasts of the Deep, perhaps even the Pontiff's knights as well, considering the deep insects that chewed through their steel. So much death, in fact, that there were those tasked with disposing of the dead. The Grave Warden robe reads, "Rotting, tattered hood, attire of grave wardens of the Cathedral of the Deep. Grave wardens were tasked with disposing of the ever-rising corpses that plagued the cathedral. Their clothes were utterly putrid, drenched in the blood and mucilage of their undertaking." But what is the Deep? It's hard to say for sure, but I believe it's the place souls and humanity and everything in between went when people died. Because it had to go somewhere, right? The Great Deep Soul Sorcery reads, "Archdeacon McConnell, a sorcerer himself, delighted in the cathedral's stagnating souls. For him, they represented the glorious bedrock of this world." The stagnating souls likely from all of the fallen deacons and the beasts as the war within the cathedral raged on. These souls departed from their owner's body, simply began to stagnate within the deep, and we of course know in the Dark Souls universe, souls are the key to power. And as these souls stagnated within the deep, they collected larger and larger numbers. Thus from where the power of the deep draws its strength. The human dregs description says, dregs are the heaviest thing within the human body, and will sink to the lowest depths imaginable, where they become the shackles that bind this world. The dregs seem likely to be whatever was left of people's soul or humanity, and it slowly sank into what would be known as the deep. And as we know, it eventually became corrupted, and corrupted those who were tasked with guarding it. It's only when Aldrich ruminated on the fading of the flame he was dedicated to protect, that he witnessed the true potential and power of the depths he had been fighting against. And then he witnessed the age of the deep waters, made from the viscous liquid sediment that remained from the souls of the lost. He shared this vision with Sullivan, who sought power above all else. Thus, the Church of the Deep was formed by those the world thought kept them safe from it. Their miracles became sorceries, reflecting the power of the deep and the dregs that stagnated there. Aldrich began to devour and devour until he bloated himself so much that he turned into black sludge. Likely, in some ways, a sort of dreg himself. Before long, however, he in all of his might was tossed upon the flame by those who still served the fire and wished to see its age flourish. But alas, the bells would once again toll, and Aldrich would not follow his duty to the flame, but continue his dreams of the deep and devour the god of the dark moon to gain the all-powerful life hunt ability. Guarded by Sullivan and his knights, they bide their time to find a way to usher in the age of the deep seas. But the Church of the Deep is nothing if not for the efforts of its clergymen. When the cathedral succumbed to the very power it was meant to drive back, 3 archdeacons rose to power to help bring their newly found visions of the deep to fruition. The first archdeacon is Royce. The soul of the deacons of the deep reads, after Aldrich left for the Boreal Valley, Archdeacon Royce remained in the cathedral with the high priests to keep eternal watch over their master's coffin. Which is about the extent of what we learn about Royce. When the time came and Aldrich rose from his grave and headed to Anor Londo, Royce stood guard with a multitude of deacons to keep watch over Aldrich's coffin. Royce is likely also the valued subject that the Pontiff Sullivan bestowed the small doll upon to return to Irithyll with whenever he needed. And panning over to Irithyll, we find Archdeacon McConnell in his death-like slumber presiding over the Aldrich faithful, calling upon its servants to steadfastly defend their master inside of the ruined cathedral. The cleric Candlestick reads, Candlestick used as both sword and catalyst, used for worship by the deacons of the deep. The deacons, under the guidance of Archdeacon McConnell, became both clergymen and sorcerers. So it was MacDonald who was responsible for the deacons becoming proficient in sorcery. This likely came after their fall to the deep, as doing so was considered a sin, and is probably why they've covered up a lot of the statues of VELKA within the cathedral, which we can deduce is VELKA after hearing GAEL pray to the statue, referencing it as goddess and mother of the forlorn. The Archdeacon Greatstaff reads, large staff bestowed upon archdeacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. The Archdeacon MacDonald's trespass, the sin of channeling faith for sorcery, transformed what was once merely a symbol of ecclesiastic authority into a catalyst for sorceries. We know the power of the sorceries MacDonald learned were from the deep, as the sorceries are called Deep Soul, and Great Soul Dregs. My guess as to why it was considered a sin would be, for one, they obviously fell to the deep and would forsake their duties. But also miracles in Dark Souls are quite unlike sorceries. Miracles are the tales of the gods, and require faith in these tales to cast them. In a way, I suppose it's along the lines of quoting holy scriptures and conjuring them through faith as a weapon or shield. When the archdeacon threw his faith in these tales aside to pursue a different power, in the eyes of his faith he sinned, as well as turned his symbol of faith into a catalyst to commit said sin. Though I doubt MacDonald became a talented sorcerer on his own, it seems more likely that under the tutelage of an already powerful sorcerer and ally, Pontiff Sullivan, MacDonald was able to spread sorceries of the deep throughout the cathedral. At least until he eventually took up residence in Earthil to head the Alders faithful, and keep his Saint of the Deep undisturbed while they found a way to usher in the Age of Deep Waters. Though we find his body, maybe alive, maybe dead, or perhaps somewhere in between deep down below in Earthil in the water reserves. And it's quite poetically fit for him, as in the cathedral he delighted in the stagnated souls that sank deep down to the lowest depths imaginable, and became the shackles that bind this world. Finally, there's Archdeacon Klimt. The St. Biden description reads, "A silver bident decorated by a holy symbol, formerly wielded by St. Klimt. He discarded this weapon that draws upon one's faith on the day he put his own faith behind him." So, much like every other deacon and archdeacon within the Cathedral of the Deep, Klimt put his faith behind him and embraced the deep. But Klimt was slightly different. He was both a saint and an archdeacon, but where did his duties land him? The archdeacon's skirt reads, "Skirt worn by an archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep. Of the archdeacons of the Deep, one attended to Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, who he deemed a goddess." This is the most interesting revelation of any of the archdeacons in my opinion. Serving at least at some point Rosaria could have a lot of implications. I have a pretty fun idea about the identity of Klimt, and if you'll humor me to hear it, we'll get to talk about H.P. Lovecraft, and that's cool as shit. Anyway, my idea is that St. Aldrich was formerly St. Klimt, and let me explain how. In researching the etymology of the name Klimt, I discovered that it's derived from the old surname Clemens and Clement. The first recorded use of this name was in the mid-12th century, where a Knight Templar of Oxfordshire named William Clement was known as the church builder. And considering the implications of what Aldrich did when he ruminated on the fading fire and witnessed the deep, his visions manifested a church of the deep, which I found just a little interesting while entertaining the idea. Next, we think about what it means to serve Rosaria. We know that she's the Mother of Rebirth, and thus anyone serving her can very easily become someone else. And to me, that is very much like having a time is convoluted argument. Sure, you can use that to say a lot of different things could have happened, but relying on that you can't technically prove me wrong stance isn't enough for me. Which made me think about the name Aldrich, which is very similar to the word eldritch, which means strange or unnatural, especially in a way that inspires fear. Eldritch is highly synonymous with the work of H.P. Lovecraft, which we know had a lot of inspiration on the world of Bloodborne, but we didn't really see a lot of that inspiration in the Souls games until we entered the Cathedral of the Deep and learn about Aldrich and the Age of the Deep Seas, which is quite heavily Eldritch and Lovecraft inspired. The Rosaria's Fingers Covenant item reads, "Sacred seal of Archdeacon Klimt, who served Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth. Rosaria's fingers collect tongues in her name. Some do it to be reborn, others do it to help comfort their voiceless goddess." What's interesting about this is that the design of the seal is Klimt's and not Rosaria's. What's more interesting is that the design looks fairly familiar to, and could easily have been inspired by, one of the representations of the elder sign in Lovecraftian mythos. In that mythos, this elder sign is used as a way to divert attacks from deep ones, and is inscribed on all the sealed doors of the city of Urlier, which is where Cthulhu dreams. A passage from The Call of Cthulhu says, "The nightmare corpse city of Urlier was built in measureless eons behind history by the vast loathsome shapes that seeped down from the dark stars." This could be similar to the way that the soul dregs in Dark Souls sink down to unimaginable depths and make up the bedrock of this world. and that the deacons are beckoning in the Age of Deep by trying to wake some ancient old one that dwells there, kind of like Cthulhu does. But maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So let's get back to the Aldrich used to be Klimt idea before looking into more Lovecraft. The man-grubs we see outside Rosaria's chambers are likely the close followers of Klimt, even before he began to serve the Mother of Rebirth, as we can see them casting projectiles that represent the Saint Bident that Klimt wielded. When Klimt or Aldrich was granted visions of the deep is when everything changed, and could be a reason why he wanted to change himself, to perhaps fit the mold of a person he'd envisioned bringing in the deep, and with Rosaria so readily available, it'd be too easy to do so. Then there's the conflicting arguments about Rosaria's firstborn taking her tongue from her. Does it literally mean firstborn, or is it referencing the first person to become reborn by her? If it is the latter and Aldrich was the first, then, taking her tongue wouldn't be something out of character for a guy who literally eats people. And perhaps, if so, he did it so that she wouldn't give his old identity away. Or maybe it was just his first taste of flesh and what gave him the appetite for it and bestowed his lust for the joy of luxuriating in his victim's screams. The idea of Aldrich using rebirth to become what he is now is also interesting, given the symbolism of how he appears before us in-game, and how the man-grubs who have rebirthed too many times appear. They're almost identical, at least in shape. Elongated grub-like bodies that stretch across the ground and come upward into a humanoid-like body with 2 arms and a head. Sure, Aldrich became that way by eating too many men, but the grubs became that way by rebirthing too much. So perhaps it's a transformation brought on by indulging yourself in your vices too much. But I think the symbolism between the two is still there. I want to leave you with this reading of a passage from Call of Cthulhu, and you can tell me if it doesn't sound like what could have inspired the Deep and Aldrich lore. "Then," whispered Castro, "those first men formed the cult around tall idols which the Great One showed them. Idols brought in dim eras from dark stars. That cult would never die till the stars came bright again, and the secret priests would take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule of Earth. The time would be easy to know, for then mankind would have become as the great old ones, free and wild and beyond good and evil, with laws and morals thrown aside and all men shouting and killing and reveling in joy. Then the liberated old ones would teach them new ways to shout and kill and revel and enjoy themselves, and all the earth would flame with a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult, by appropriate rites, must keep alive the memory of those ancient ways and shadow forth a prophecy of their return. In the elder time, chosen men had talked with the entombed old ones in dreams, but then something happened. The great stone city of Erlier, with its monoliths and sepulchres, had sunk beneath the waves and the deep waters, full of the one primal mystery through which not even thought can pass, had cut off the spectral intercourse. Chapter 14. The Angelic Faith. The Angelic Faith, considered heresy in Lothric. But were angels always unwelcome there? Or did something sever the ties? Sleep well, and allow me to tell you a tale of angels, and how I believe Allfather Lloyd to be the figure behind their faith. We clearly can see that the Winged Knights had a disagreement with Lothric, likely due to their faith being considered heresy, and the fact that the herald of their faith, Gertrude, was imprisoned high above in the Grand Archives. We learn this from 2 items. First, the Divine Pillars of Light miracle reads, "The Queen's holy maiden Gertrude was visited by an angel, who revealed this tale to her. Despite losing both her sight and her voice, she was determined to record the tale. ordinary men cannot decipher her fragmentary scrawl, nor comprehend how it became the foundation of the angelic faith of Lothric. And the Winged Knight armor says, "Armor of the winged knights who swore themselves to the angels." Worship of the divine messengers was viewed as heresy in Lothric, and unrecognized by any of the three pillars of rule. This is believed to be why Gertrude, the Heavenly Daughter, was imprisoned in the lofty cell of the Grand Archives. Furthermore, in the Dreadheap we encounter an actual angel. Now, whether these are how the angels have always looked or are a more grotesque version of such doesn't really matter. What matters is the connection of the angels to the Londor pilgrims. Even if the angel itself is defeated, it will reappear time after time. But we find several of these angelic larvae that have sprouted out from the Londor pilgrims, and are what are tethering the angels here, be it through prayer or any other means, which connects the angels to Londor, a land of hollows notoriously known for wanting to usurp the flame and usher in an age of humanity. Now, there are ties to the angels and the Lothric family, such as the feathers we can see everywhere in Prince Lothric's room, and the association with Rosaria's mangrubs casting feathered spells from their staves, and the lone mangrub near Gertrude's cage. But we're not going to quite crack open that egg in tonight's reading. Now, we can pinpoint a direction that the angels seemingly tend to lean towards: the dark. That's all well and good, but how does Allfather Lloyd fit into all of this? Well, let's start with what we know about Lloyd from Dark Souls 1. The white seance ring description reads, "A divine ring entrusted to the head bishop of the Way of White, an apostle to Allfather Lloyd, uncle to Lord Gwyn." The Way of White was a religion that was dedicated to preserving the Age of Fire. Its head bishop was an apostle to Allfather Lloyd, which likely means that Lloyd was the founder of the Way of White, further evidenced by the Lloyd's talisman and the cleric armor. The talisman reads, "Talisman utilized by Allfather Lloyd's cleric knights to hunt down the undead." In the outside world, the undead are accursed creatures, and Lloyd's cleric knights are widely praised for their undead hunts. And the cleric armor reads, "Armor worn by the warrior clerics of the Way of White, who are famous for being unyielding in battle. It is rather substantial in size and weight, making its wearer look even bigger than he actually is." So, these clerics of the Way of White are Lloyd's clerics, which to me make accepting that Allfather Lloyd was who founded and was worshipped by the Way of White much easier to believe. Also, keep in mind the part from the cleric's armor, which mentioned being substantial in size, making the wearer look bigger than he actually is, when you recall what the Winged Knight armor looks like. And finally, if you had any doubts that Lloyd was worshipped by the Way of White, we can read the description from Lloyd's sword or shield ring in Dark Souls 3, which reads, "Ring given to knights of the Way of White depicts Allfather Lloyd's shield of caste. Much time has passed since the worship of Lloyd was common in the Way of White. The clerics of Karim had always strongly asserted that Lloyd was a derivative fraud, and that the Allfather title was self-proclaimed. So, he was worshipped, but it seems that over however many countless millennia have passed since the founding of the Way of White and the time of Dark Souls 3, that has slipped away from Lloyd. Now let's look at one more piece from Dark Souls 1 that I think helps connect Lloyd and this theory to what's happening in 3. The gold coin reads, "Coin made of gold, with All-Father Lloyd and his white halo shown on its face." The most interesting part is obviously the mention of All-Father Lloyd's halo, which, might I add, is also very angelic, and is likely why the Way of White's symbol is a white halo. Unfortunately, the textures used from this item make seeing what's on the coin very difficult. Suffice it to say, we'll just have to rely on what the description has said. Now, by the time Dark Souls 3 takes place, the gold coin is still around, albeit a bit rusted. And its description has changed a little bit, but I think it helps make sense of what happened to Lloyd. The rusted gold coin reads, "A rusty old gold coin that surely has no currency. A rich man lost his fortune, but it returned to him twinfold. He was swift to squander his retrieved fortune, smugly confident that it was bound to double once again." Now, technically, gold cannot rust, and the fact that All-Father Lloyd is connected with a gold coin and what would be a rusted gold coin could be indicative of why he was considered a derivative fraud. But I do believe the rich man in the description to be All-Father Lloyd. And I think the losing his fortune is likely directed towards the decline in his worship through the Way of White and the Korean clerics believing him to be a fraud. Or his fortune being returned doublefold is when he started the Way of White, and the squandering of it would be his decline in fortune, and then he would always be looking for a way to double it once again. Also, an interesting point is that we can see the face of this coin quite well, and it very clearly depicts an angelic figure. So the ties to angels and Lloyd are quite strong already, but what does it mean? I think Lloyd was an angel, perhaps even the first. It could be why it was so easy for him to be worshipped in the Way of White, and why he holds such an influence. So we know Lloyd was associated with the Way of White, but how does that connect over to Lothric, and more importantly, Londor? Well, we know the Way of White was all about keeping the Age of Fire alive, and that is exactly the mindset that the Lothric family had. The Cinders of Prince Lothric read, "The Lothric bloodline was obsessed with creating a worthy heir, and when this proved impossible, resorted to unspeakable means. Suffice it to say, the path to linking the fire is a cursed one indeed." So their ideals align with one another, not to mention the deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep were originally with the Way of White. The Archdeacon's holy garb reads, "Holy garb worn by an Archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep, a sign of the Way of White's highest rank." So the cathedral was originally a cathedral of the Way of White, until Aldrich and the deacons fell to the deep. So All-Father Lloyd bringing the Way of White religion to Lothric doesn't seem too unlikely. It even appears that Lothric was founded on this belief system, as they continually fight to provide an heir to the flame. This brings us to the statues we find around Lothric and the Grand Archives. They appear as a crowned older man with the wings of an angel, and I believe these statues are of All-Father Lloyd, and a tribute to him bringing his religion to Lothric as the foundation to essentially their way of life. In Lothric, we also find a hidden room, guarded by a winged knight, that houses a large painting of a winged knight. as well as a set of their armor, and the sacred bloom shield, which reads, "A treasured antique of the Way of White, known to some as the Sorcerer's Bane. I think this furthers evidence that the angels and the Way of White were once one and the same." Another statue we can find in the game are statues at the Cathedral of the Deep, of what appears to be a humanoid going through some sort of metamorphosis into winged beings, likely depicting the relationship we see of Londor pilgrims becoming the larva that controls the angels we see in the Dreg Heap. Perhaps this was something Allfather Lloyd had implemented in the Way of White, a way for his followers to turn themselves into these angels. Maybe those were the ones of whom Lloyd most trusted, his more dedicated following. Lloyd also did two other things with the Way of White from the beginning: the sanctioned undead hunts, as well as created his own undead to send them on pilgrimage, like with how we see Rhea in Dark Souls 1. So, Lloyd's trusty clerics were both executioners and pilgrims, not unlike what it appears that these winged knights are, with the twin axes reading, "Paired beheading axes wielded by the winged knights, who swore themselves to the angels." These axes, more befitting of an executioner than a knight, are indented to fit the human body. Executioners with armor rather substantial in size, making its wearer appear larger than he really is. And of course the pilgrims from the Way of White back in the day seeking out the Rite of Kindling are similar to the pilgrims from Londor who seek an Age of Man. But those two are opposite ideals. How could they have both come from Allfather Lloyd? Well, we know a little bit about how Lloyd is painted in some of the item descriptions we've read so far. That he could have been a fraud, squandering his fortune, looking out for only how to ascend himself back into worship and power. If the Way of White abandoned him, why would he not seek to attain that same level of worship elsewhere, and or to enact his revenge? The Undead Hunter charm reads, "Used long ago by Lloyd's cleric knights on their undead hunts. Although Allfather Lloyd is long forgotten by the Way of White, his hunts have lived on." Again confirming Lloyd being forgotten by the Way of White. But it was also interesting to me how the Undead Hunter charm appeared. A rounded object encompassed by what appeared to be some sort of metal and chains fastened on either side, perhaps to chain to something. Not completely unlike the objects we see chained to the backs of the Londor pilgrims, of which we know can become ascended in some relation to an angel. And I'm sure most of us here at some point while playing Dark Souls have been invaded by the one guy who keeps chucking these charms at you so that you can't heal, because that's what these talismans do, prevent your Estus recovery. Which could have been a part of whatever ingredients it took to become these angelic larvae. Or maybe not, but I think it's certainly interesting given the context of this theory. So, much like Lloyd did back in the day, he sent out his pilgrims in search of something important to him, the would-be usurper of fire. So, Allfather Lloyd, an angel himself, founded the Way of White and reveled in the worship of those turning to his religion to keep their hopes of fire alive. But one day, he would be forgotten by the very faith he founded and labeled a fraud. In hopes of regaining adoration and power, he appeared in all his angelic grace to Gertrude, and thus the angelic faith was born. Chapter 15. The Dark Souls Trilogy Compendium. The story of Dark Souls begins in a nameless, fog-shrouded land of grey crags and towering arch trees whose very trunks held the unformed world as its pillars. Against this colorless backdrop, the everlasting dragons presided over an era of unchanging emptiness beyond the reach of mortality. But all things must someday come to an end, and the primordial stillness eventually gave way to the first flame, a source of heat, life, and light. Yet, to light a candle is to cast a shadow, and with fire came disparity. Opposite heat, there was cold. Opposite life, there was death. And opposite light, of course, there was dark. From the dark emerged new entities, unlike the ancient dragons. Small, mortal creatures born of the shadows, and drawn like moths to the first flame. There they found the souls of lords, fragments of the flame whose power lent them the means to challenge the dragons and prevail. Lord Gwyn's bolts of sunlight peeled apart the dragon's stone scales. The Witch of IZALITH and her Daughters of Chaos blanketed the land in searing firestorms. Brave Lord Nito, the first of the dead, released a toxic miasma of death and disease. The white dragon Seath the Scaleless turned upon his brethren, and by the time the fog cleared, the age of dragons had reached its end. Thus began the Age of Fire, during which time Lordran and the surrounding lands were administered by the bearers of the Lord's souls. Eventually, however, the first flame began to fade even as the dark grew, and the waning power of fire gradually became too weak to keep the dark at bay. Far beyond Lordran, in the world of humans, an affliction known as the Dark Sign spread throughout the populace. The Dark Sign brands the undead, those affected by the fading of fire. Carriers of this mark are no longer able to die, but will eventually lose their minds and become hollow, lest they maintain a firm grasp on their humanity. Fearful of the encroaching dark, Lord Gwyn commanded his children to shepherd the humans in order to preserve the fire, and thwart the advent of a Dark Lord. To counteract the spreading dark and extend the Age of Fire, the Witch of IZALITH devised a plan to rekindle the first flame, using her own Lord's soul as a catalyst. However, she lost control of its power in a catastrophic failure that produced a chaotic, hellish flame, which all but eradicated the city of IZALITH. This new flame of chaos was a twisted perversion of nature, as was the demon race to which it gave rise. Lord Gwyn waged a brutal campaign to suppress the demons, during which the knights under his command suffered such severe exposure to the flames of chaos that their armor was burned indelibly black. The Lord of Sunlight and his knights ultimately persevered, and prepared to confront the last greatest threat to their kingdom, the dark. Desperate to stave off the dark, Lord Gwyn departed Anor Londo with the Black Knights in tow, and cast himself into the embers of the first flame, relighting it using his own body as kindling, in a last-ditch attempt to keep the dark at bay. Though the knights who had followed him to the kiln of the first flame were burned to ash in the process, Gwyn's gambit succeeded, if only temporary. His Age of Fire continued even as his successors began to realize that eventually the fire would fade and only dark would remain. Gwendolyn of the Dark Sun, the last-born child of Lord Gwyn, hatched a plot to preserve the power of fire indefinitely by deceiving errant undead who journeyed to Lordran into following in his father's footsteps and sacrificing themselves to relight the first flame, or linking the fire as it had come to be called. Gwendolyn set his plans in motion and bided his time, awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting pawns from outside Lordran, even after the other gods abandoned Anor Londo. Weaving an illusion of his sister, Sun Princess Guinevere, in the throne room of Anor Londo's keep, Gwendolyn assigned his remaining servants to guide undead travelers to her, so that they might be convinced of their supposed destiny to link the fire. Seath, meanwhile, had been granted a dukedom by Gwyn, and still resided in the city archives, but gradually succumbed to madness over the course of his obsessive research on attaining scales of immortality. Indeed, many hapless carriers of the dark sign did find their way to Lordran as time passed, some owing to mere happenstance or curiosity, others to a higher duty, and still others to abject desperation. The player assumes control of one such chosen undead, this one owing his or her journey to a prophecy and a set of keys passed along by a dying knight. Many kingdoms have risen and fallen since the first linking of the fire, each built upon the ruins of the last. Men and gods, paupers and kings, all are delivered equally to the same end by the indifferent flow of time, and by the curse of the undead, which spreads as the fire fades. Drangleic is the most recent nation to fall to the curse, and many undead from the outlying lands have undertaken the perilous journey to this crumbling realm in search of a cure, or, at the very least, some small spark of hope to spare them from going hollow. Drangleic's current plight is merely the capstone of a dark and sordid history. Its king, Vendrick, was approached during the early days of his reign by a mysterious and beautiful woman named Nashandra, who integrated herself with the court and warned Vendrick of a dire threat to his fledgling kingdom. The race of giants hailing from far beyond the Great Sea. Nashandra attested that the giants meant to invade Drangleic, and urged Vendrick to mount a preemptive campaign against them. Convinced by Nashandra's plea and smitten by her charms, Vendrick took her hand in marriage and set off with his armies across the sea. There, after subduing the giants, Vendrick and his men pillaged a powerful artifact and brought several giants back to Drangleic as prisoners of war. The subsequent peace in Drangleic marked a golden age for the kingdom, though this newfound success came at a terrible cost. On Vendrick's orders, his brother Aldea and a shadowy group of researchers performed a series of unspeakable experiments, with the intent of harnessing the captive giants' power through their souls. The ill-fated test subjects experienced indescribable torment at the hands of Aldea and his subordinates. But the experiments ultimately achieved their goal. Vendrick now commanded the strength of giants and the ability to manipulate souls, which he used to create a breed of quasi-living automatons known as golems. These creatures became a cornerstone of Drangleic and were instrumental to the kingdom's prosperity. Every decision, however, carries a consequence, and the recompense for Vendrick's actions was severe. The Lord of the Giants, seeking to avenge the unprovoked attack on his lands and rescue those of his countrymen who had been taken prisoner, launched a massive counter-invasion. Drangleiac's golden era came crashing to a halt as the giants crossed the sea and laid siege to the kingdom, resulting in a bitter stalemate that lasted for generations, and was broken by an unnamed hero, only after taking an irreparable toll on Drangleiac's populace. During this time, the kingdom was struck by another disaster of a very different sort. The undead curse, which slowly began spreading among Vendrick's subjects as the siege dragged on. Weary of fighting and desperate to repel the curse, Vendrick turned once again to his brother Aldea for assistance, and each set off down a different path of inquiry toward a common goal. This time, however, fundamental differences existed in the two brothers' philosophies, which would eventually prove irreconcilable. It was known that the forces of fire and dark existed in alternating states, and that only dark would remain once the flames had faded. Vendrick hoped simply to expunge the dark with the power of fire, while Aldea attempted to break the cycle entirely. This ideological rift, as well as the increasingly twisted nature of Aldea's research, ultimately drove Vendrick to banish and imprison his brother. At a loss for a means to prevent the undead curse from spreading, Vendrick realized that his time was short and he could accomplish nothing more. He set out for the undead crypt with his most trusted retainers to seal the keys of his kingdom, in hopes that given enough time, a worthy successor would pick up where he had left off and find the answers he himself had failed to grasp. Neither the king nor any of his companions ever returned, leaving Queen Nashandra alone to rule what remained of Drangleic. Meanwhile, Nashandra, who in truth was no mere human, but a dark being born in the abyss from the fragmented soul of Manus, had masterminded Vendrick's downfall in an ambitious bid not merely to take control of Drangleic, but to seize the throne of Want, the seat of the rightful monarch upon whose shoulders lay the burden of linking the fire, and usurp the first flame. Vendrick, for his part, had been aware of his queen's true nature and insatiable lust for power, but was unable to stop her. Instead, by sealing the throne of Want and hiding away its keys, he hoped to keep it out of Nashandra's reach until the true monarch could take his or her rightful place. It is during this time that the player character, a bearer of the undead curse, arrives in Drangleic seeking a cure. The cycle of disparity has continued unbroken for many eons. Alternating ages of fire and dark stretch so far into the past that the tales of their origin amount to little more than ancient legends. Lords of Cinder have risen and fallen in turn, each dutifully offering his flesh to link the fire, only for it to fade once more into dark. The few surviving gods of Lordran live in hiding, their influence waning and even their names fading into obscurity, while the once great city of Anor Londo lies in crumbling ruins. The demons too stand on the brink of extinction, with their numbers dwindling and the flames of chaos, their source of power and sustenance, all but extinguished. Likewise, little remains of the ancient city of IZALITH where they were born, save its half-collapsed underpinnings buried beneath the remains of several more recent civilizations. Although the art of pyromancy and its practitioners live on in the Great Swamp, its roots have long been forgotten, and the Chaos Witches from whom it originated are no more. Meanwhile, the servants of Darkstalker Koth are more numerous and organized than ever, and continue working to undermine the linking of the fire. In Londor, the Land of Hollows, three sisters founded the Sable Church with the goals of uniting those afflicted with the undead curse and grooming the next Dark Lord. Every member of the church is a trained swordsman, and some specialize in assassination. Indeed, its fundamental precepts offer salvation to Hollows while conversely cursing all living things. The populace of Londor in general comprises a questionable assortment of wretchedly aged, deceitful, and dubiously secretive undead, among whom are a few so desperate to hide their true nature that they fool even themselves and turn upon their own kind. Owing to their suspect activities and generally unsavory disposition, the denizens of Londor, and members of the Sable Church in particular, are shunned by the rest of humankind and forced to live in the shadows. Kingdoms have successfully risen and fallen on the same plots of land, and the nation currently occupying the conversions of these ancient territories is Lothric, a decaying city-state isolated from even its immediate neighbors by the high wall upon which it sits. Adjoining Lothric on the exterior of the high wall is Fireling's Shrine, which houses the ceremonial thrones of 5 previous Lords of Cinder. The First Flame is also enshrined here, and the region is said to lie at the convergence of many separate territories. The importance of this sacred site in the linking of the fire draws throngs of pilgrims from outlying lands despite the arduous journey and the decline of Lothric. However, attitudes toward linking the fire have begun to change, and the futility of the endless cycle between ages of fire and dark has dawned upon those who might otherwise offer themselves upon the altar of the gods. Candidates for sacrifice to the First Flame have been precious few, which has led to an activation of a security measure established to ensure that the fire would endure. When the link of fire is threatened, the bell tolls, unearthing the old Lords of Cinder from their graves. These lords were meant to offer their residual embers to light the First Flame anew, but as the prophecy states, the fire fades and the lords go without thrones. The newly arisen lords in fact abandoned their thrones of their own volition, rejecting their destiny and returning instead to their own abodes. The abdication of the Lords of Cinder from their duty in turn triggered the final failsafe, a last desperate measure to ensure that someone, anyone, would link the fire. The awakening of the unkindled. These nameless, cursed undead are unfit even to be Cinder, and are instead tasked with returning the extant lords to their thrones, by force if necessary. in order to gather the embers required to link the fire. And so it is that the cemetery of ash suddenly becomes a much livelier place, and the player character, one of many unkindled with a common mission, rises from an unmarked grave. The Abyss is a realm of dark, born from Manus, the prime evil man, also known as Father of the Abyss. This plane of existence shares nebulous borders with the mortal world, and slowly encroaches thereupon, swallowing all in its path. The Abyss is inhospitable to mortals and entities aligned with fire, including the gods. These beings cannot traverse the Abyss without special equipment or other protection to prevent both physical and spiritual corruption. However, creatures aligned with, or merely indifferent to, the dark are able to traverse the Abyss without suffering any ill effects. In the distant past, Sir Artorius of Gwyn's Four Knights traveled back to Ulusil with his comrades Hawkeye Goth, Lord's Blade Kieran, and the Grey Wolf Sif, in an attempt to halt the spread of the Abyss, but succumbed to the dark and perished before he could complete his mission. Artorius' mantle was taken up by the chosen undead, who, after being dragged back in time to Ulusil by Manus, entered the Abyss through the city's ruins and vanquished both the corrupted Artorius and Manus himself. In doing so, Lordran was spared from destruction, though Ulusil was not. Subsequent legends credited Artorius with this accomplishment, and the truth of his demise was concealed, so that his legacy might remain untarnished. Manus' soul was fragmented and dispersed along with the Abyss, following which his shattered essence reformed into 4 separate entities that came to inhabit Drangleic and the surrounding territories. The sisters Nashandra, Nadalia, Alana, and Alsana. Meanwhile, sundered sections of the Abyss continued to exist, and even attracted a ragtag group of pioneers known as the Pilgrims of Dark, led by the mysterious dark diver Grandal, who sought to explore these sacred sites through dimensional gates. According to Grandal, humans need the Abyss in order to understand their true origins as creatures born from dark, and to face the dark that every human harbors within. In Lothric, the Abyss continued to pose a threat to all living things, and claimed even the mighty High Lord Wolnir Karthus as its victim. The Abyss Watchers of FARRON'S Undead Legion were established to prevent the Realm of Dark from spreading, and to that end were known to bury any kingdom that showed even the slightest signs of its influence. The first Abyss Watcher was said to have been a master of wolf's blood, whose legacy was later taken up by the Undead Legion. The Farron followers, a subordinate arm of the Legion, accompanied them into battle as a security measure to put down any watcher who succumbed to the Abyss. These alternating phases of nature date to the genesis of the first flame and the eradication of the ancient dragons, whose race had originally ruled the unformed realm in prehistoric times. The first flame is a natural force that first manifested at the end of the Age of Ancients, and introduce disparity to the world. The term disparity in this context refers to opposing states of existence, such as heat versus cold, life versus death, and light versus dark. Thus, ages of fire and dark are characterized by opposing forces, and can be compared to the changing of seasons from summer to winter, albeit on a far broader and more consequential scale. An age of fire is a period of time ushered in by a Lord of Cinder, during which the power of light is strongest and the divine beings aligned with light are prosperous, while an age of dark is heralded by a Dark Lord, as the light fades and is a time during which the world is dominated by humankind. Most notably, the undead curse is a manifestation of dark, and so does not occur at the peak of an age of fire, when the power of dark is at its weakest. For this reason, those with a vested interest in sacrificing undead to sustain the fire, such as the gods of Lordran and their allies, often manipulate their unwitting pawns with the half-truth that linking the fire will break the curse, while deliberately omitting the fact that the cycle of fire and dark will continue regardless, and the curse will merely return again when the next flame begins to fade. With the exception of the first, which occurred directly after the Age of Ancients and originally set the cycle in motion, every age of fire is followed by an age of dark, once the flames have faded. Every age of dark in turn will come to an end when the scattered embers from past Lords of Cinder coalesce to rekindle the flame, and the process will continue in perpetuity. The transition between ages of fire and dark is inevitable, and every attempt to break or transcend the cycle prior to the era of Lothric has ultimately failed. Bonfires are small shrines resembling campfires, and are commonly found at bustling hubs, along lonely roads, and in all manner of other locations where errant undead might require a moment's respite. Unlike ordinary campfires, which consume dry wood to generate mere warmth and illumination, bonfires are fed by humanity, both from the bones of deceased humans and willingly offered as kindling, and serve as focal points for the power of fire. Burning humanity in a bonfire allows an undead to counteract the effects of the dark side, reversing the process of hollowing and preserving their conscious minds, as well as healing their physical wounds. Energy from a bonfire can also be collected in the form of a radiant orange liquid known as Estus, and stored for later use within portable vessels called Estus flasks. While most bonfires are attended only on an occasional basis by passing undead, some are constantly maintained by firekeepers, unique individuals whose souls overflow with limitless humanity, which serves as fuel for the flames they tend. These special bonfires are linked to one another, though their firekeepers are unable to leave them and will therefore never meet face to face. Covenants are organizations, religious or ideological sects, and other such establishments to which the player can pledge allegiance. While some covenants are tied directly into the main narrative of the games in which they appear, others represent independent side stories or merely serve utilitarian purposes. One of the most proliferate and best-known covenants is alternately referred to as the Warriors of Sunlight and Heirs of the Sun. Members of this group worship Lord Gwyn's firstborn, a disgraced god of war and former heir to Gwyn's lightning. Solaire of Astora, an oft-referenced figure throughout the Dark Souls series, is himself a warrior of sunlight, and famously emphasizes the Covenant's goal of facilitating jolly cooperation. In stark contrast, the Gravelord's servants operate from the shadows, spreading death and disaster in the name of Nito, the first of the dead, and one of the original four lords. The Dark Wraiths, meanwhile, are vassals of Darkstalker Koth, a primordial serpent who seeks to restore the Dark Lord and bring about an Age of Dark. These malevolent beings reside in the Abyss and plunder humanity, making them a threat to the living. Likewise, the Fingers of Rosaria are a mysterious order of supplicants dedicated to Rosaria, goddess of rebirth, for whom they collect the pale tongues from innocent victims as offerings. The Brotherhood of Blood, a sadistic cult of cutthroats and murderers, led by the enigmatic Titchy Grin, indiscriminately hunts new victims in the name of their blood god, Nar Alma. Naturally, such antagonistic covenants tend to run afoul of those whose interests lie in protecting the weak or punishing the guilty. Opposing the likes of the Dark Wraiths, the Brotherhood, and Rosaria's Fingers are the Dark Moon Blades, followers of Dark Sun Gwendolyn, whose primary duty is to mete out the god's retribution to sinners. And the Blue Sentinels, which can be likened to a police force that directly intervenes to defend undead who are pursued by invaders. Though in the era of Lothric, the Dark Moon Blades provide an identical service as well. This extra measure of security can be accessed by joining a separate covenant known as the Way of Blue, whose members are protected by the Blue Sentinels and/or the Dark Moon Blades in accordance with ancient pacts. The Way of White is another, possibly even more influential covenant which encompasses an entire religion, as well as the ruling castes and clergy in the nation of Thorland. However, not all of the covenants that claim to work toward the greater good are necessarily as pure as they might appear. The Blue Sentinels, in particular, are an influential force in the city of Volgan, where their power is so great that the armor Mouflin laments being unable to even open up shop there without the Sentinel's approval. The Mound Makers of Lothric, meanwhile, are indifferent to justice and malice alike. Their only goal is to expand their family, and to this end they roam the battlefield stacking corpses without regard for their victims' identities or transgressions. A select few covenants harbor no grand ambitions nor lofty ideals, but instead seek simply to defend their own territories or secrets from interlopers. The Forest Hunters, a clan led by the mysterious feline Alvina, reside in the Darkroot Wood and bear ill only against interlopers upon their domain. In particular, they seek to protect the grave of Artorius the Abysswalker from wayward desecrators and plunderers. By much the same token, the Rat King of Drangleic oversees a covenant of his most loyal subjects, whose charge is to guard their subterranean territories against intruders. So too do the watchdogs of Farron strive tirelessly to drive away those who might trespass upon Farron Keep and disturb the deceased warrior's slumber. The undead curse is a condition that spreads throughout human population as the fire fades. Those affected become unable to die and will rise again after death, but will eventually lose their minds and become empty, wandering husks known as hollows. Multiple factors are known to contribute to the process of hollowing: the mere passage of time, death, losing one's souls, and simply losing the will to live, or otherwise fulfilling one's purpose in life and having no further anger. The dark sign is a physical mark that appears on the bodies of humans afflicted with the undead curse, as hollows are attracted to souls and will instinctively attack living creatures. The undead, who still retain their conscious minds but are fated to eventually become hollow, are almost universally treated as threats to their societies. They are hunted, captured, and imprisoned in facilities, isolated from the rest of the world, or at best, sent away on the pretenses of righteous missions for country and faith. While a small number undead view their circumstances as a boon, they are commonly regarded as sharing a fate worse than death. Hence, the dark sign has come to be known the harbinger of a curse, and the linking of the fire likewise viewed as the means of breaking the curse. In reality, however, linking the fire merely postpones the inevitable, rather than preventing it. The undead curse is a manifestation of dark, and when the flames have faded, only dark will remain. While Lord Gwyn and his pantheon are perhaps the best known and most influential deities of the Dark Souls trilogy, many other gods and goddesses are described within the canon as well. Some of these figures are referenced frequently and play major roles in crucial events, while others are only mentioned in passing or have faded so far into obscurity that even their names are forgotten. Of these, one of the most proliferate is VELKA, the rogue goddess of sin. Among other tasks, it is VELKA's responsibility to define what constitutes sin, and to ensure that no sin goes unpunished. Some adherents of VELKA are ordained as pardoners. These individuals are charged with hearing the confessions of sinners and offering absolution, as well as distributing writs of indictment, which are used to report transgressors to the Dark Moon Blades for retribution. Another important deity is Allfather Lloyd, a patron saint whose image is depicted on the highest denominations of currency in the human realms. Known as an uncle to Lord Gwyn, Lloyd is particularly revered in the nation of Thorland, where his apostles include the head bishop of the Way of White. Although knights of the clergy hunt the undead in Allfather Lloyd's name, those among their ranks who become afflicted by the curse are instead sent away on undead missions. While his name is widely known at the time of the chosen undead's journey to Lordran, Allfather Lloyd is denounced by the clergy of Karim as a derivative fraud, and is no longer commonly worshipped by the Way of White in the era of Lothric. One of the most significant items pertaining to the gods of Dark Souls is the name-engraved ring, which is associated with no fewer than 10 of these deities, ranging from Catha, the goddess of tears worshipped in Karim, and alternatively depicted as either a compassionate mourner of the undeserving dead or a demonic bringer of misfortune, to Nema and Hanlith, respectively goddesses of bliss and love, who are never mentioned anywhere else in the trilogy. Not all of these mysterious figures are actually divine in origin. Evlana, goddess of the hunt, was a human huntress deified by later legends of her deeds in life. Indeed, enigmas exist even among the descendants of Lord Gwyn himself. Gwyn's eldest son, a god of war and heir to the sunlight, who respected weapons but not else, was stripped of his deific status and expunged from the annals as a consequence of his foolishness. Though he still watches over his warriors, none even remember his name. It is possible that he is the Nameless King. Likewise, few mentions are made of Princess Filianor, who has lain sleeping within the ringed city since the first Age of Fire, and may be Lord Gwyn's youngest daughter. And there exists barely a single passing reference to the flame god Flann, who is only known to have taken Sun Princess Guinevere's hand in marriage and departed with her from Anor Londo. In certain cases, more than one god occupies the same role in different lands. For example, Lord Gwyn's firstborn was known in Lordran as a god of war. The fallen nation of Ferosa worshipped a different war god known as Faram. Ferosa's lion knights, clad in heavy armor blessed by Faram, were known for their deceptively nimble two-handed fighting style. In other instances, the distinction between two gods is a blurry one at best. Zinder, god of desire, and Zandro, god of greed, are both represented by the image of a serpent for nearly identical symbolic reasons. And it is possible that both are merely alternate interpretations of the same deity. The ancient dragons, at times also referred to as the everlasting dragons, are among the oldest forms of life in the Dark Souls trilogy. They predate the First Flame and the original Four Lords, to a time of gray crags and arch trees known as the Age of Ancients. The land over which the dragons presided was unformed and shrouded by fog, an environment devoid of disparity and untouched by light or dark. The dragon's stone scales provided them with limitless longevity, but not outright invincibility. They can still be killed, and their species was hunted to the brink of extinction by the Four Lords and their servants after the advent of the First Flame. Dragons take a variety of forms and possess a diverse array of individual abilities, traits, and dispositions. Seath the Scaleless, a blind albino dragon who betrayed his own race and sided with Lord Gwyn, uniquely bears no scales of immortality and is aligned with the element of magic, rather than with fire as most other dragons are. Though he has no spoken dialogue at all, Seath is also explicitly sapient and highly intelligent, as evidenced by his complex relationships with the denizens of Anor Londo and his vast archives of personal research. In contrast, the black dragon Calamite is resistant to lightning, normally the bane of dragons, and possesses a third eye which has the power to bring calamity upon those fixed with its gaze. So fearsome was Calamite that not even mighty Anor Londo dared provoke his ire. Dragons are extremely resilient and have been used in two notable cases as physical vessels within which catastrophic forces were sealed. Sin, the slumbering dragon, bore in his body a massive concentration of lethal poison and was kept asleep within the sunken city of Shulva to ensure that the substance would never be released. And Dark Eater Midir, an ancient dragon taken in and raised by the gods of Lordran, was tasked with consuming the very dark itself in order to counteract its propagation. Dragons are even capable of interbreeding with other races, though the resulting offspring are often regarded as abominations. Crossbreed Priscilla was the result of one such union, and Captain Yorshka, the younger sister of Dark Sun Gwendolyn, who shares similar physical characteristics with Priscilla, including a nearly identical tail, may be another. The original race of ancient dragons is highly adaptable and has diverged over the eons into many descendants, subspecies, and offshoot mutations like the Gaping Dragon. The drakes, though, widely regarded merely as imitators of the dragons, are more likely to be their distant relatives. Meanwhile, despite the dragons supposedly being extinct, a few of their species, such as Dark Eater Midir, Black Dragon Calamite, and the Stone Dragon of Ash Lake, still survive. Humans have also attempted to mimic the dragons, some merely in pursuit of immortality, and others out of a desire for power, or even to change the course of fate. Acolytes who walk the path of the dragon seek to assume the form and longevity of a dragon themselves. In contrast, the scholars of Drangleic conducted experiments to harness the dragon's powers indirectly, resulting in the creation of Shanalot, and possibly also the ancient dragon. Other humans have attempted to appropriate the power of dragons through simpler and more primitive means. The Drakeblood Knights, led by Sir Jorg, believed that they could attain a higher existence by acquiring dragon's blood, which they regarded as sacred. Ironically, their single-minded quest for the blood of dragons led not only to their own demise, but that of the entire city of Shova. "1,000 years before the chosen undead's arrival in Lordran, the Witch of IZALITH attempted to recreate the first flame from a soul. The attempt ended in a catastrophic failure that created the Bed of Chaos. A distorted being whose power formed a bed of life, which gave rise to a race of abominations known as demons. The newly kindled flame of chaos, its power twisted and raging out of control, consumed the witch, her daughters, and the entire city of IZALITH along with them. Most of the Daughters of Chaos were transfigured into grotesque chaos demons in the process. Quelana believes herself to be the only survivor, though the presence of another individual in the ruins of IZALITH, wearing the witch's signature gold-hemmed robes and wielding the Chaos Fire Whip Pyromancy, suggests that her eldest sister may also have escaped unscathed. The Chaos Demons, daughters of the Witch of IZALITH and former wielders of flame sorcery, were hunted by Lord Gwyn and his knights. Two of these creatures, Quelaag and the Fair Lady, fled the ruins of IZALITH and were able to avoid being slain. Together with the exiled pyromancer Ingyi, they oversee the Chaos Servant Covenant and its cohort of diseased supplicants. Other demons have wandered away from IZALITH into the outside world, and some have even found their way as far as Anor Londo, or the Northern Undead Asylum. The city of Aleum Lois was built by the Ivory King to contain the flames of chaos and protect the land's inhabitants from the demons. Despite his best efforts and the power of his own soul, however, the chaos would not be sated. So the king led his own Knights of Lois on an ill-fated foray directly into the chaos's heart, in a last-ditch attempt to seal it once and for all. In so doing, they lost all sense of self, and became driven solely by the instinct to expunge any who might disturb the flame, even former compatriots. The king and most of his retinue still burn in agony to this day. The few woeful souls who managed to return to the city were guided by some faint vestige of their former selves. Alsana, a dark entity born from Manus, became the king's oracle, and now maintains the frigid seal upon the flames of chaos in his stead. In the era of Lothric, the flames of chaos have faded, and the demons are a dying race. The remains of IZALITH and its secrets lie buried and forgotten, with only a handful of surviving relics left as clues to their existence. The Witch of IZALITH and her daughters survive only in parables, which hold that they espoused the fear of flame and taught humans how to control it via the art of pyromancy. Most of the accessible areas throughout the Dark Souls trilogy are remote, isolated, and far removed from major human populations. Many important characters hail from the unseen but oft-referenced lands beyond, some of which are also the locations of notable events or institutions. Among the most prominent of these regions is the aristocratic nation of Astora, home of the Sunlight Warrior Solaire, the Firekeeper Anastasia, the Errant Henri, the Blacksmith Andre residing in Lordran. Members of Astora's noble caste are typically defined by blue eyes, fair hair, and generally handsome features. Astora was once attacked and almost destroyed by an evil eye, but the malevolent creature was defeated by the Sword of the One Most Noble, and its spirit captured within a ring. In the era of Lothric, Astora has fallen into ruin, though at least a few of its inhabitants still survive. At the time of the chosen undead's pilgrimage to Lordran, the Diocese of Thurlan is the seat of the Way of White, an organized religion led by an ecclesiastical order of clergy and ordained knights, whose head bishop is an apostle of All-Father Lloyd. Although warriors of the Way of White are charged with hunting down the undead in Lloyd's name, it is customary for ranked clergymen who themselves become afflicted by the curse to be sent away on undead missions. Rhea, the youngest daughter of the House of Thurland, embarks on such a journey to the catacombs of Lordran, with her bodyguards Vince, Nico, and Petrus in search of the secrets of kindling. In the era of Lothric, neither Thorland nor its inhabitants are ever mentioned. The Way of White is still practiced in Karim at this time, though its tenets have changed significantly. Karim itself is a land fraught with heresy, surreptitious dealings, and whispers of practices far darker. The ominously pale features of those who call this land home are associated with Earl Arstor, an infamous aristocrat known to have commissioned several enchanted rings, whose creations was surrounded by dreadful rumors. Arstor secretly kept a stockpile of purging stones, which provide protection against curses, and his weapon of choice was a gruesome spear enwreathed in rotten, poisonous meat. He is also credited with inventing the shotel, which, along with the parrying dagger, commonly carried by the country's knights, is the preferred weapon of a fellow Karim native, Lothric the Embraced. In the time of Lothric, Karim is the seat of the Way of White, which has undergone considerable changes and no longer worships All-Father Lloyd, though the tradition of his ceremonial undead hunts lives on. The Knights of Karim are instead issued equipment fashioned in the image of Morn, an apostle to the Archbishop. The upper echelons of the Archdiocese freely engage in taboo practices outside of the public view, such as the use of Cathed's chime and the crafting of forbidden magic rings, similar to those first commissioned by Earl or Storr. Vinheim, a land of sorcery, renowned for its prestigious Dragon Academy, also holds its share of dark secrets. Enrollment at the Academy is highly competitive, which drives less fortunate applicants like the Sorcerer Orbeck to earn their tuition as assassins for hire. Moreover, the institution's culture is so fraught with elitism, pretentiousness, and petty rivalry that conscientious academics are often driven out entirely. One of Vinheim's most illustrious sorcerers is Big Hat Logan, whose revolutionary achievements earned him legendary renown, even beyond the borders of his homeland. In particular, Logan is credited with developing the Soul Spear and Homing Soul Mass spells, and later improving them into their crystal variants, using knowledge gained from Seath's research. Likewise, Vinheim's blacksmiths specialize in the art of forging weapons with innate magical properties, using special enchanted embers, and their handicrafts typically emphasize augmenting the bearer's magic power or intelligence. Melfia, which lies to the south of Drangleic, is similar to Vinheim in that it is also a land of sorcery, with an equally pretentious magic academy. The Great Swamp, by contrast, is an untamed region of rugged grasslands and treacherous marshes, where the shunned practitioners of pyromancy hone their art. Branded as heretics and driven out of their land due to their unusual appearances and manipulation of fire, the pyromancers live close to nature and adorn themselves with natural articles for protection against the elements, though they also wear bronze ornaments to ward off evil spirits and keep the dark at bay. Not least among this region's colorful and at times eccentric denizens are the earnest Laurentius and the wise old Cornix. The fallen pyromancer Ingi also traces his roots to the Great Swamp, but was banished even by its community of exiles for his malevolent corruption of flame into poison. Many other states and regions are referenced less frequently or merely in passing. Catarina, the homeland of knights Siegmeyer, Siegward, and Sieglin, are known primarily for its jubilant people and their passion for life and merriment. Even less is known of the historic land of ancient Xena, beyond the unique mannerisms of its sole representative, the merchant Domhnall, and the reverence of its people for great achievements. An unnamed eastern land is said to be the origin of a unique style of swordsmanship, employing weapons such as the uchikatana and the washing pole, as well as the home of the mysterious Shiva and his enigmatic bodyguard. Volgan, which lies to the west of Drangleic, is a city of merchants, firmly controlled by the Way of Blue, and is the home of blacksmith Linagrast, his daughter Cloanne, Mofflin the Armorer, and the cunning laddersmith Gilligan. The Five-Finger Delta is mentioned only once in the series, and is described simply as a fertile region populated by farmers. Souls are the source of all life, and as such are a manifestation of disparity. They are a product of the first flame, and flourish when the fire is linked. Humanity is the antithesis of souls, in that it is aligned with the dark, and propagates along with the undead curse as the fire fades. Humanity represents the original, natural state of human existence, while souls represent the state of existence assumed by humans and all other creatures born from the dark when they are influenced by the power of fire. Because souls help stave off the loss of sanity and self-awareness caused by the undead curse, they hold tremendous value for the afflicted and have become the de facto currency in virtually every undead community. The violent behavior of hollows toward the living is caused by the life-starved hollows' attraction to souls, which they are instinctively driven to consume. A soul contains the sum total of its bearer's power. The stronger the bearer, the more powerful the soul. And in the right hands, a particularly brilliant soul can be transformed into unique equipment or spells. Souls that have been separated from their original vessels can also simply be consumed by whomever claims them, at which point any portion of the power they contained can be traded as currency or grafted onto the soul of their new owner. Possessing a sufficiently powerful soul may grant the bearer supernatural abilities, or vastly increased strength, as was the case for the ancient lords who challenged and ultimately vanquished the dragons, using the Lord souls found after the advent of the first flame. Intact souls have corporeal forms and can freely change hands from one owner to the next without even being consumed. Additionally, under at least some circumstances, they are even known to give off a unique odor.